doesn't have a legal definition. There's something we really have to do.
Yeah, I'll read through that. I got it in order at least. It's a bunch of stuff.
We will call to order the regular City Council meeting of the City of Carmel-by-the-Sea for November 5th. And please let the minutes reflect that all council members are present. And if Don Freeman, if you wouldn't mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I'll be pleased. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, roll call first.
We're all here.
We are good. Sorry, you're all standing as I say this. We are going to work to speed up the meeting in a couple ways, and one way is to recognize that everyone is present.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we will now turn to extraordinary business, and I will hand it to City Administrator Jason Stillwell to do the employee recognition.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and members of Council. This month we want to recognize Deanna Allen and David Jednick. On an annual basis, we go through a nomination process and a selection committee to choose the Employee of the Year and Customer Service Award recipient. And we're pleased to announce that Deanna this year is Employee of the Year and David Jednick's the Customer Service Award recipient. And they rose to the top of the selection process really for tying into the core standards of the engaged workforce with providing quality customer service, a focus on accountability, efficiency, and a little bit on each of those for David, for Jednick for the Customer Service Award is a customer orientation, a professional focus, really is engaged in his job and focusing on the customer, even to the extent where he's we've mentioned this to the council meeting a couple months back, but listening to radio calls, realizing if another ambulance is going to the wrong place, he was able to go to the right place. He called to ask if he can try to intervene, and he was able to get there before the other ambulance that was lost got there, and was able to make a field save and had a positive outcome with a medical emergency at Pebble Beach. And then Deanna Allen for Employee of the Year. Again, it's a recognition of her customer service. She's a go-to person in Administrative Services Department for her help with HR issues, risk management issues, finance issues, trying to get data out of our antiquated budget system. I think she's the only one that maybe knows how to do that. So there's value there as well. But they're both great employees, and we're fortunate to have them on board, and we want to recognize them here today.
David, don't you have anything to tell us?
Speech.
The Employee of the Year wanted to leave before I started talking. I just want to thank everyone very much. It would be impossible to do this without the support of the council, the mayor, city staff, and of course the public, which I am, devoted to throughout my entire life and living in Carmel and working here. It's really an honor. So just want to thank everyone.
And now if Don Bauman and Father Paul Murphy can please join me at the podium. As as people probably know, this is the 300th birthday of Father Serra, who is born in Mallorca, Spain, Petra, Mallorca, Spain, and rests here, founded a number of the California missions, including the Carmel mission, where he remains. And we wanted to recognize the significance of the Carmel mission, the significance of Father Serra in a historical context, but also continuing today through the founding of a number of missions up and down the state of California. And so we have here the Diocese of Monterey is headed by Bishop Garcia, who could not be here this evening, but Pastor Father Paul Murphy is here representing the bishop. And by the way, the bishop is very fond of pointing out that Sebastian is, that there's a Saint Sebastian, and has provided my son, my 2-year-old son, several things, several little plaques about Saint Sebastian. So he's been a wonderful friend and wonderful to have here in the local community. And then Don Bauman is with the Serra International and the Serra Club. I keep on wanting to say Sierra Club. The Serra Club chapter for the Monterey Peninsula, which is the host chapter of the Serra Western Region Conference that's going to be held on the weekend of November 22nd, 23rd, and 24th to celebrate the 300th birthday of Father Junipero Serra. I have been in communication with the mayor of Petra, Mallorca, and we hope to at least have some communication on the day of Father Serra's birthday. It was an interesting, she reached out to me, and we went, and I admit that I learned through that Petra, Mallorca is Carmel-by-the-Sea's sister city, and by council policy it is our only sister city. So we are approached all the time with cities that would like to be our sister city, and we have chosen a number of years ago that Petra, Mallorca is to be the only sister city because of the significance of Father Serra's birthdays and final resting place. So I have it's actually a lengthy proclamation, but I'm going to work to make it brief. So proclamation from the City of Carmel-by-the-Sea. Whereas Father Junipero Serra was born Miguel Joseph Serra in Petra, Mallorca, Spain, in November 24th of 1713, 300 years ago. And whereas Father Serra is considered the father of the California missions and established the Carmel mission, and moved to the area that is now Monterey, and where he established his headquarters and became Father Presidente, whereas the mission is said to have been Father Serra's favorite mission, whereas on November 24th, 2013, we celebrate Father Serra's birth and commemorate his lasting legacy, not only here locally in Carmel, but throughout the world, and we join many organizations in celebrating his contributions. Whereas in 1963, the City of Carmel-by-the-Sea instituted the Sister City program and chose Petra, Mallorca as the city's only sister city, thereby solidifying the connection between his birthplace and where he is buried. And whereas today, Father Serra's Carmel mission has become one of California's most significant historic sites, attracting hundreds of visitors. It should say more than hundreds, but I will modify it. Thousands, if not tens of thousands of visitors yearly to Carmel and the local area. Now, therefore, let it be proclaimed that in recognition of the 300th anniversary of Father Serra's birth, the City Council of the City of Carmel-by-the-Sea does declare November 24th, 2013, Father Junipero Serra Day. thank you very much for your contributions, and thank you for being here this afternoon. And if you would like to.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, members of the City Council of Carmel-by-the-Sea. As you can probably tell, I'm not a local, but I'm from Dublin, Ireland, and this is my first time here at the City Council chambers. Hopefully my last, because hopefully we'll have an ongoing, healthy working relationship. My predecessor, John Griffin, informed me that it was one of the most gratifying things of his work in proceeding with this project of restoration and renovation. The mission was the cooperation, the harmonious relationship that was between the city and our church. On behalf of Bishop Garcia and the Diocese of Monterey, I want to thank you, members of the Council, Mr. Mayor, for that. And as I say, I hope it'll be an ongoing process and an ongoing good, healthy working relationship. We really appreciate this honour, and it's interesting to me to know that that is the only sister city. Petra is the only sister city. So I've been to Mallorca, but I've not yet visited Petra. So I look forward to that. There are many people involved in this process, not least all the good citizens of Carmel who are very supportive in all of our efforts at restoring the Basilica, and the phase 2 now will come into place in the next year or so, where we restore all the museums, and we have specialists working on that already, as you're probably aware. But thank you for your cooperation with the planning process, and your facilitating all the permits that we require. Bishop Garcia is unable to be here this evening, but he deeply appreciates your goodwill and your cooperation. Thank you all.
We're fortunate in having, I don't know if this is on. Can you hear me? We're fortunate in having Rich Pepe with us, and Rich has a wonderful photograph, and we'd like everyone here in the council chambers to see this photograph. This is a 200th year photograph of the mission 100 years ago. And obviously it has been technically improved, because 100 years ago they didn't have the photo technology to do a scan of the whole area. So they took a number of photos and were able to stitch it together to make it look like a scan. However, it's really quite a shot, and in that shot there are 3,000 people who've come to that celebration on the 200th anniversary of Father Sarah's birth. Thank you, Richard. By the way, this was donated by the Hatton and Martin families. They had it. So this is going to be going with Father back to our mission. Thank you, Rich, very much for that. I'll take that.
When I told Mel that Petra Mallorca was our sister city, she immediately decided that it warranted a state visit. Okay, we will now turn to announcements from closed session from City Council members and the City Administrator, and I will turn it to Don for any announcements from closed session.
The City Council met in closed session pursuant to California Government Code 54957.6a, conference with legal counsel regarding the labor negotiations. And again, there are no announcements for the public. The City Administrator was the negotiator on behalf of the city under the Myers-Milius-Brown Act, representing all represented and unrepresented employees. The second conference with legal counsel regarding real property negotiations pursuant to California Government Code 54956.8. Basically what this had to do with was the potential lease conditions for the Flanders Mansion, and again, there are no announcements for the public. The third one was pursuant to California Government Code 54956.9a regarding existing litigation. It's the City of Carmel-by-the-Sea et al. Versus County of Monterey. Superior Court case number M12513. Again, there are no announcements for the public. And the fourth and final one was a performance evaluation pursuant to California Government Code 54957B1. The title is City Attorney, and again, no announcements for the public.
I was just going to make a short one with respect to that. Oh, that's fine. Yeah.
I stand corrected. There may be an announcement.
Well, as Don mentioned, we do have, we did do a performance evaluation of Don Freeman, our city attorney. We do performance evaluations at least yearly of the 4 employees that report, the 4 individuals that report directly to the city council, that being the city administrator, the city treasurer, the city engineer, and the city attorney. And we had an opportunity to review with Don what is working well, where the strengths are, and where there's areas for improvement. And we appreciate your service to the city, and we look forward to continuing to work together and improve the organization.
Thank you.
Would it be putting you on the spot? How long have you served the city?
Too long. It'll be 30 years in February.
Okay. So we very much value your, among other things, your institutional memory. So. But one thing that you will notice is that on each of the relevant agenda items, there's a little checkbox for the individuals that have reviewed an agenda item, including the agenda items that warrant city attorney review. And so that's just something that we've implemented to make sure that the city council and the public knows that all the relevant people have looked at agenda items. We will.
Let me comment. Having said that, I was out of town when the agenda actually went out, so I didn't get a chance to initial them. However, I did review them all prior to them going out.
Yeah,
so if you see
I didn't mean. Right, sorry. Maybe it was bad timing to note that. I knew that you had reviewed them, and so that's the spirit in which I was making that announcement. Thank you. Okay, we will now turn to announcements from city council members, and I'll start with you, Steve.
None, thank you.
Karen?
Since I was not here for the last city council meeting, I wanted to make a note that I was privileged to go to the League of Cities convention in Sacramento in September, and that was a wonderful opportunity for me to realize and talk with other city council people. I got a real sense of and thought of how blessed we are, because we don't have some of the challenges that other cities have, such as big crime issues, a deficit budget, a lack of capital funding, and blight and economic development that we need to recapture. So it was nice to see that we're really ahead in terms of other cities when it comes to people were asking Carmel-by-the-Sea about how we're dealing with our pension bonds, how we're dealing with retirement issues. They were curious about how we got our sales tax increase passed by such a large margin. And we were able to brag about our fiscal stability. So it was nice to be able to talk with other city council people and realize that we're truly blessed to be in Carmel. And I thank the city for giving me that opportunity.
Thank you, Gary. Any other announcements?
No.
Turn to Ken.
I think we ought to salute the city staff who put on the birthday parade a couple of Saturdays ago. It was very well attended, went off without a hitch. They didn't run out of hot dogs. And Don, you may have been here 30 years in February, but my guest at the birthday will be 100 years old in December, Marion Leidig. She's going to have her 100th birthday at the end of December. So those of you who are friends of Marion's, if you want to, in late December, drop her a birthday card, I'm sure she would appreciate it. A little free advertising. At AMBAG, a week from tomorrow night, part of the Metropolitan Transportation Plan has to do with the regional housing needs methodology. And this comes up every several years. Don's been around here longer than I, and I think the time before last when it came up, there was such distrust between Santa Cruz County and Monterey County that the allocation ended up being the subject of a lawsuit. And so it's coming up to approve the methodology next Wednesday. What this is an allocation of low-cost housing units throughout the counties and throughout the cities. The methodology is in all likelihood going to be changed because under SB 375, the old methodology can no longer be defended. The old methodology was based on population, and because Carmel has pretty small population, it had a very limited number of units that were allocated to Carmel, and those units were in part built by the Carmel Foundation. The new methodology, and I don't see Rob Mullane here yet, but the new methodology, and Rob, if I misspeak, jump in here, but the new methodology, there have been 3 meetings of the planning directors and a couple meetings of the voting members, is going to be based upon housing and on jobs, and that's going to put the coastal cities at more of a disadvantage because while our population is low, because of the tourists, we have many more jobs here than you have in cities in the Salinas Valley, for example. And so the formula is being redone. There are adjusting factors to the numbers that come out of that methodology based upon water and land and available buildable area. And the good news is that because of the recession of the last several years, the number of units to be allocated, according to the state, is down by a third. So instead of being 15,000 for Santa Cruz and Monterey County, it's 10,000. And there may be a cap placed so that no community receives more units than it received the last time. But it's a very divisive issue. I'm not going to ask for direction because as the chair of and person who runs the committee, I'm going to just try and get a decision out of everybody that people can live with and hopefully get a decision that doesn't end up in a lawsuit like the last time. And so I think we understand we have restrictions here and a large number is basically infeasible. And so I hope we can adjust it through the factors and adjust it through the cap and come up with a number which is identical to the number which Carmel was assigned 6 years ago. But I'll let you know.
Tori?
I did want to say something. Last meeting we heard an update from the farmers market manager team, and I had been missing a couple, I'm embarrassed to say, because as I will tell anyone who will listen, I try to go every single Thursday and spend as much money as I can so that I don't, first of all, I do try to shop for everything for the whole week, but I also, I don't want all of our efforts to be wasted. I want it to be, to survive the year. The first year is hard. I noticed that some people didn't know that it was an all-year market. It is an all-year market. It's not seasonal, so that should be an interesting test. They've had a very good summer and spring, but now and fall, and we're headed into the winter. That's the hard part, I suppose. But one of the things, a little story I wanted to tell you is that I showed up, and the first thing that happened is someone passed me an article to read that they had saved for me on something completely different than food. It was about biking. And then I ran into someone else who had been involved in this enormous committee that helped put that together. And she had just received a clipping from another person. So these are people who knew that we would see each other at the market. And it was such a lovely thing that I started thinking, one of the reasons I was there for quite a long time, was that I was meeting people to almost hold office hours. In fact, I have to disclose that one of the applicants today from Carmel Bell I met in public, for all to see there, but we talked a little bit about his application, and I'm thinking from now on I probably will hold my office hours there at the market if anyone wants to meet with me. But the main thing I want to say is that it is an all-year market. I encourage people to go. I think you'll have an experience as you go and see the same people over and over from all of our community that is more than just shopping. But on the shopping topic, there's a lot of new stuff. I was traveling and I did not know, for an instance, that we now have fish that is wild caught and not frozen. We have chefs that both purchase there, who are walking around purchasing, but also sell there. And one of the things, we had a little report last time from the hardware store saying that their business had gone up since the market opened. That is also true of the chefs who are there, apparently. So the chef from Basil's there, I was chatting with him, and he said that he basically just sells a couple items there in order to make people aware of what they do at his restaurant. And the business at lunch, from there having the contact at the market, has gone up tremendously. So he sees, and he knows that because he talks to the people at the booth, and then he cooks for them 2 hours later at the restaurant. So it's an amazing kind of synergy if we can keep it going. So I wanted to plug the fish, the fact that there's the new raw foods lady who's apparently nationally famous. So she's doing, and there's smoothies, and I also got dinner for 6 or something that I had par-baked these gourmet pizzas, and I had them par-bake it, and then I took them home and made them for dinner that night. So I'm in the habit also of getting my Thursday lunches, dinners there. So anyway, let's try to keep it going over the winter. That's my plug. And if you want to meet me, I will only meet you there.
Great. Thank you, Victoria. I'll have a couple quick announcements. On the Veteran Cemetery, we've been making very good progress towards completing the Phase 1. We are roughly 2/3 of the way there, and there's some commitments that should take us even closer. So that's been a great testament to the community responding to that need, and I just want to thank everyone who has stepped up and helped, and encourage anyone who hasn't yet had a chance to do so. There are some brochures right outside in the hallway here, and I would encourage you to consider it. We are going to be looking at capturing some of the momentum and starting into the second phase right away, and so we'll have an announcement probably later on this year at the time that we complete the fundraising for Phase 1 of what Phase 2 is going to look like. We've had a couple donors who've asked us explicitly to do that, and we think it makes good sense to do that. I had announced that we were going to have more details on the ad hoc trail committee because of a variety of things going on. I have not been able to make as much progress. Victoria and I have been talking about it, but I think that we'll hold off making, unless Victoria, you had anything that you wanted to say, but hold off until the next council meeting. Just a reminder to everyone, today is election day. If you have not voted, polls are open over at Carpenter Hall, and we will excuse you to go vote, but please come back. And then I'll have a couple comments on when we hear from the Water Management District Director, Dave Stolt, later on this evening. With that, I will turn it to announcements from our City Administrator.
Sure, thank you, Mayor and members of Council. The first announcement on the agenda is for David Stolt, the General Manager of the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District, to give us a presentation and update on the water supply projects.
Probably should have. I'll have it. I can do it. Wonderful.
Thank you very much for having me. I'll try to be brief, maybe between 10 and 15 minutes. This is a good opportunity for us to catch up, and on the anniversary of Father Serra, I do want to point out I've read some of his writings from the mid-1700s, and he mentions the Carmel Lagoon and the abundance of pescado fish, and that was the beginning of the taking of the threatened species. Thank you for having me. There's been a bit of a lull since the end of July with respect to the water supply project, so I'm here today to really accomplish two things. Give you a brief update on where we are with the water supply projects, and then try to take a very complex topic, financing, and make it simple, because you as thought leaders will be asked by your constituents, hey, what's with this thing, these water rate relief bonds, this public contribution funds? How does it work? And your audience today and your constituents deserve a chance to hear from you as to how it works and why it works and why it's in their interest. So a little bit of that is also checking a box on a promise we made to our legislative delegation. State Senator Bill Monty and Assemblymember Mark Stone have asked that we provide outreach because the water rate relief funds will require special legislation and an action through the legislature. So with that, I want to review where we stand. This issue, I think, is well understood by everybody. This is in 3-year increments, but let's remind ourselves that by the first full year, 2018, but actually it's January 1st, 2017, we approach what's called the cliff. That is a mandatory reduction in a legally available supply of our water, dictated by both adjudication of the Seaside Basin and the cease and desist order on the Carmel River. Ultimately, by 2021, the gap is the distance between the bar chart and the lines. The lines represent our consumer demand on the peninsula. The 5-year average is up there, and then last year, which was a wet year in a recovering economy, was a little bit lower, and so actual demand kind of sits between that area, but we're trying to backfill that gap with water supply. The peninsula cannot afford to ration to meet the cliff, yet there are those at the State Water Board who feel any negotiated extension of the cease and desist order must include some rationing. And the way rationing works, our rationing plan at the district is also Cal-Am's rationing plan, and that creates a 35 gallons per person per day allocation. So any rationing that brings the water available below 8,400 acre feet is in fact a stage 7 drought, a regulatory drought. And we would immediately kick into this rationing at 35 gallons per person per day. Well, you do the math, there are 3 types of customers we have. We have people who live here, we have people who vacation here, who may not fill out our census form, but they fill out Cal-Am's billing census form. And then we have the folks I euphemistically call the liars, who know what rationing means, and they may say, I've got 4 people in my house because when the time comes, they want a bigger ration of water. Or they've been urged to, err a little bit on the long side when they first filled out their Cal-Am survey. What happens when you take the Cal-Am survey, the census is about 105,000 people on the peninsula. The Cal-Am survey is over 150,000 people. And that 35 gallons per person per day times their census is almost 6,000 acre feet, an acre foot being enough water to serve 5 regular sized homes for a year. Well, at almost 6,000 acre feet for people, with a legal available right of 5,300 in 2018, it doesn't work. The math simply doesn't work. Rationing is not an option for this region. That leaves no water behind for business, for hospitals, for care facilities, for schools. So let's remind ourselves that this growth engine for our wonderful way of life is 22,000 jobs in Monterey County in the visitor-serving hospitality industry. Over 8 million visitors, a $2 billion a year business. This is not a water issue. This is an economics issue. So that being said, we talk a lot about the portfolio of projects, and the application currently in front of the PUC speaks to a portfolio, but our portfolio really is still reliant on the Carmel River and the Seaside Basin and local projects like the Sand City desal plant, like Pacific Grove's proposed local project, like some of the things the City of Carmel-by-the-Sea has talked about, perennial springs and some of the things that might happen here. The 3 that you hear about the most are aquifer storage and recovery, groundwater replenishment, and desal. But it's really these last 2, which is what the PUC application is all about. Aquifer storage and recovery is moving ahead even without the application currently in front of the PUC. The water supply solution is sized so that demand and supply equal each other. And just a reminder to folks that demand, what we're being sized for, is a 5-year average customer demand, sort of what we talked about, those lines on the earlier chart, plus some water for economic recovery, plus some water for the Pebble Beach build-out, and plus almost 1,200 acre-feet for legal lots of record. Victoria, I promised that I wouldn't close you out, and I did.
See, that's the problem.
That is the
You can do
problem.
it this way, though.
Okay, super. Yeah. And then supply comes from a variety of sources in the portfolio I just talked about. So the process, the application in front of the Public Utilities Commission is structured as a litigation. I always like to show this chart as a starting point. Litigation involved originally 22 parties, the PUC, the applicant CalAm, 4 environmental groups, 5 public agencies, 6 citizens groups, 3 agricultural organizations, and the business coalition representing folks here. So the question is, how can you turn a litigation process into a cooperative process? And that's just what we did, working in partnership between the Mayor's Authority, the Monterey Peninsula Regional Water Authority, Water Management District, and a number of other parties. We've developed a cooperative series of settlement agreements, which are really not a settlement, it's a roadmap to settlement, how we might get this project off the ground. And those key areas of settlement included 16 parties in what's called the Big Agreement. And that was progress, and this was the fanfare you heard at the end of July, and now we've been in kind of a quiet period, and folks are wondering what's going on. Well, those areas of settlement included an agreement that a portfolio of projects was necessary, that the groundwater replenishment component needed special criteria and a special proceeding in order to give it its best chance to become part of that portfolio. There was an agreement on a financing plan, which in effect is going to rely on 4 sources of money. CalAm's own investor-owned utility equity, CalAm's debt, which in fact will be substituted for corporate debt with state revolving fund monies if all goes as planned, and that's very low-cost debt. There will be a public contribution, which we're going to talk about in a minute, and then a surcharge, basically cash out of pocket during the construction period, where that cash is limited to low-risk uses on items that are needed irrespective of what happens to the water supply project. There are cost caps on the desal project and the pipelines. The governance committee for greater transparency has been approved, and then a whole variety of studies were also approved. The other settlements, there were fewer parties agreeing, and the reason some parties choose not to agree is they say, hey, that's not my issue. Other parties say, I don't agree with that issue. But those are the 2 primary reasons you went from 16 settling parties down to 9. And that was the size of the desal plant, which we talked about a little bit on the earlier chart, and then the need for pipelines and storage on a fast track. But the key parties who are really going to implement this, it's not those 16, it's not the 19. It started out with 22 interveners. 3 of them kind of disappeared from the process. There were 19. Of the 19, 16 were in the big settlement, 9 were in the smaller ones. But the 5 who are going to make it happen are CalAm itself, our district, the Mayor's Authority, the MRW-PCA, the Pollution Control Agency, and the county. So let's talk briefly about those components. Aquifer storage and recovery. The district owns and operates the first phase, and we're building the second phase. CalAm will own the second phase and develop the third phase for balancing desal operations. I can't come to anywhere without a brief commercial for the district. What we're doing on ASR is we're continuing to spend money on completion and continuing to act as general contractor. Groundwater replenishment, MRW-PCA will operate and produce water. The district will fund and sell the water. CalAm will purchase the water. And we're currently funding about 75% of the cost, developing a water purchase agreement, which will be the linchpin between the creditworthiness of that project and the ability to finance it. We're dealing with some accounting treatment and what are called externalities, social rate of return, things like low carbon footprint, less discharge to the bay. And we're working as a team with the MRW-PCA on water rights and others. These are the key tasks for groundwater replenishment. What I want to highlight here is all the way near the bottom is the last 2 lines, GWR testimony and GWR proposed decision. There was an agreement among all of the settling parties to make the groundwater replenishment issue a separate evidentiary process in front of the PUC. That doesn't even get started until December of next year. So we're still a year away. There's a lot of work to do. We're kind of slowly, methodically pushing that rock up the hill with all of the different tasks that have to be done. Looking at the desal project, there's two components I want to talk about. The first is governance and oversight. These four parties represent the governance committee, and it's a joint review and oversight panel. Your mayor has been instrumental in putting this committee together. And when you don't own your projects publicly, the two things that lend itself to public ownership are transparency and low cost of capital. This was an attempt to take a private project and make it as good as possible in terms of transparency. And we are meeting, in fact, we have, there are interviews for the procurement taking place today and tomorrow here in the peninsula. We have a representative, a consultant acting on our behalf in those meetings right now, ensuring that the procurement process meets the demands of the public participants in the governance committee. Let's talk about the water rate relief financing, also known as securitization, also called public contribution. The district will issue what are called water rate relief bonds in the tax-exempt marketplace, taking advantage of very low-cost debt. Cal-Am will voluntarily reduce its equity down to about 25%, 27% of the project, about 1/4, and voluntarily reduce its debt. And the authority has been instrumental and will continue to be instrumental in getting out in front with governmental entities, the legislative delegation, folks in Sacramento, as well as dealing right here at home with constituents. There's a lot of work to do on this. This idea was originally part of an October submittal back in 2012. We have to develop legislation, public outreach, which we're doing right here, right now. Thank you for having me. And then we'll continue to work with the legislature for adoption. Senator Monning will be the author, and Assemblymember Stone will be a principal co-author. So it will be introduced in the Senate in January. It could be done as soon as May, or it could be as late as August, but that's what we're going to be doing in the spring. And Cal-Am has agreed to work with us in terms of lobbying. So right now, it's everybody pulling the oars in the same direction. But there's a great deal of work to do. We've hired a very expensive team of attorneys and financial consultants. This is an area that the now presiding administrative law judge wants to hear more about in December 2nd and 3rd hearings that your mayor will be attending, I believe. So let's talk a little bit about the water rate relief financing. My goal here is to basically have you understand in the barest of bones how this works and be able to spread the word when asked, because you will be asked, because the constant refrain is, what are they up to? And I think the disconnect in a lot of people's minds is whenever you talk about bonds, you're usually talking about something that's additive, a new cost. You go out and bond for something, well, okay, how am I going to pay for that? This is a case where we're talking about bonds to reduce a cost. As I said earlier, Cal-Am's agreed to reduce its equity. The equity rate of return that's allowed, not always achieved, is 9.99%. In order for a company to get that 9.99% return, they have to first pay taxes on the money it collects. The taxes, both state and federal, mean that they have to collect almost 16% in return for equity from you, the ratepayer. So what we plan to do here is replace that high-cost 16% equity money when blended with its debt money. It's going to be closer to the blended rate of call it 12% or what have you. But replace the high-cost money with low-cost tax-exempt money. And in its simplest terms, that's all we're doing. Is, like I said before, the public projects would be financed with low-cost debt. In this case, we'll be doing the low-cost debt, but without ownership and without control over the project. The repayment of monies are usually captured in Cal-Am's bill, so you don't really see it. What will happen here is it will be taken out of the Cal-Am bill, what I call above the line, and put as a surcharge below the line. So when you look at your Cal-Am bill, you'll see a surcharge, but that surcharge is a smaller amount than what would have been above the line that you wouldn't see. And that's a difficult concept for some folks to understand. That surcharge is creditworthy based on you, the ratepayers, 38,000 connections here on the peninsula, it's not based on the creditworthiness of Cal-Am. Cal-Am is not even rated. Their parent is rated what's called Baa2, the lowest level of investment grade credit. This could achieve possibly a AA credit rating, even a AAA credit rating, which will lead to the lowest possible cost of capital. And that's because it's bankruptcy remote. So let me just give you a quick rundown graphically of what we're talking about. When an investor-owned utility finances, it recovers those dollars they put into the ground through depreciation and amortization. And that's a level amount each year. That's these red bars, in this case, over 34 years. On the undepreciated dollars in the ground, if you will, they'll collect a debt rate of return, basically the actual cost of their debt, and they'll collect an equity rate of return. I talked about that 9.99%. But you have to gross those up for taxes, which is this purple line, and they also pay property taxes on the undepreciated value of the asset. Well, why does this look like a triangle? Because over time you're depreciating the asset, so the undepreciated piece gets smaller and smaller and smaller. So all the things that are based on the undepreciated amount get smaller and smaller and smaller, so you get this triangle. Now, how would you and I do it if we were doing a public debt? We'd do it just like a mortgage. You'd have principal and interest that would be level each year over 30 years. And so all we're really doing is comparing that rectangle to the triangle. And as you can see, there's a whole lot of triangle that goes away, and that's your savings. And that savings inures to the ratepayer's benefit. In this particular example, which is $100 million worth of water rate relief bonds, there's $125 million of savings, about $80 million in 2012 dollars. Now that's going to change because we may end up financing $44 million to $119 million. The likely amount's probably closer to $70 million. It's going to be driven by the conditions in the marketplace at the time. The cost of debt might be 4% where it was 3% 2 months ago. It could be 5%. And so we always have to recheck the numbers before we move forward, because if there isn't a benefit to the ratepayers, we won't do this. But as of right now, and a meeting I have tomorrow with Cal-Am's finance person, we're going to set the ground rules on it. Everybody agrees that there are savings and that we will continue to move forward. There's no way I'm going to walk you through this chart, but suffice to say that it's there for you. If you have questions, you can call me. But the idea is that we're segregating those collectible monies and selling that asset to an untouchable bankruptcy remote entity so that the payment of those surcharges can go to pay off the bondholders. The key dates in this case are looking towards the financing perhaps at the end of 2015. So again, there's a big rock we continue to push up the hill, but while things seem quiet and the Herald's been quiet and everybody's been quiet, the Pinecone's been quiet, these are the kind of things that are going on a daily basis, and money's being spent and time's being drained, and your mayor's being pulled in all sorts of directions, your council's being pulled in all sorts of directions. We're all working on this together. A couple other items I just wanted to briefly highlight. From the settlement, there were cost caps, so the price of the project has come down, at least in terms of everybody's agreement as to what wouldn't require a revisitation to the PUC. We continue to pursue a portfolio program of projects because the cheapest water is the aquifer storage and recovery. The next cheapest water is groundwater replenishment. Desal remains expensive, but it's come down almost $400 to $500 per acre foot based on those cost caps and the method of financing. The projected impact of Monterey water bills, as you may have read in the paper, is 41%. Everyone says, how can that be? They just sent me a notice a year ago saying it was 133%. Well, the reason's threefold. The cost caps, the financing, making it all cheaper, and there was a rate increase that went into effect, so the base, your starting point's a little higher than it was a year ago. Finally, and I don't expect you to, in the audience to really see all this, but I did want to point out that the CPCN, the Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity, is expected to result in a decision roughly August of next year, so just under a year. So we have a settlement agreement. As I said before, it's a roadmap or a blueprint settlement, but it includes a lot of great whistles and bells that work to the benefit of the ratepayer. And thank you for having me and allowing me to make that presentation.
Well, thank you very much, Dave. The Mayor's Authority has often got the credit and maybe at times been happy to take the credit. It's really Dave that and the Water Management District that's been doing the real heavy lifting on this, and I really appreciate that work. The savings, just want to help people understand the magnitude of that. We're talking about savings of plus or minus $100 million. Huge savings because of the work of the Water Management District and a little nudging from the rest of us.
Can I make a comment?
Yeah, I was going to say, I imagine there may be questions. Let's first take questions, and then Ken will have a comment, and I will have three comments. Steve.
I noticed that the GWR is going before the PUC, and I'm wondering why is that so? Because it's not its yeah.
The short answer is that Cal-Am, in order for that project to be financeable, Cal-Am would have to agree to enter into a water purchase agreement to purchase the product water. Okay. And before it would enter into a water purchase agreement, it wants to have approval from the Public Utility Commission.
Got it. And one other question. I note that the district is, I don't know if spending, but potentially spend $800,000 to back up the Cal-Am project. Could you speak to that, Dave?
Yes. It's the process that Cal-Am has is very linear, and the threat of litigation over the supply source in the Salinas Valley groundwater basin is very real. We felt that having a parallel process was both consistent with the Mayor's Authority interest in having Cal-Am pursue alternative intake strategies, but also a good safety net to have. Unless you ask the question about can we permit an open water intake, you won't know the answer. And so the goal is to ask the question and have it perhaps ready to go, or learn that it's never going to happen and it would be a stranded investment. For us, a stranded investment of $800,000 seemed quite small relative to the stranded investment in the regional desal project of over $35 million. So public agencies all the time spend money to qualify projects. We spent in the tens of millions of dollars to bring a dam to the vote in 1995 that the voters turned down. And sometimes you have to spend money to be ready.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Dave? Ken, you want to offer your comment?
I think over the years, and I've only lived here on the peninsula for close to 20, there's been a great deal of criticism of the Water Management District. I think we ought to take note that there are really three people who are driving this water solution. One is Dave Stolt, who's been at the Water Management District a few years now, came here from Boston, brought a fresh set of eyes and some expertise. The other one is our mayor, and the third is Rob McLean of Cal-Am. And we've tried for decades to get some water on this peninsula. My view, having been around all of them through a lot of these discussions, is that the stars have aligned, and if we are ever going to get a new water source, it is the combination of Dave and Jason and Rob McLean. And they're working together. They argue like cats and dogs. I can attest to that because I've stepped in and stopped them occasionally. But to see, for example, with the Water Management District and the mayor and others of us, to see Cal-Am basically give up $125 million of return, the net present value of that return being close to $80 million, tells you how hard that they want to work together. And so I would just urge all of us to recognize that the Water Management District is here working damn hard with great leadership to get a project on board coupled with our mayor. And I would like to sort of thank Dave and thank Mayor Burnett for the work they're doing, because this would be nowhere, absolutely nowhere, without those two people.
Oh, just a quick comment. I just wanted to thank Dave for that presentation. I thought it was so wonderfully laid out and really clear, nice graphics, and I wanted to know the date of the presentation. In other words, that progress that we just saw today is as of just yesterday, or? Basically. Is it yesterday? Okay. And because the 25% of equity for CalAm, that's the new.
It's 27%, and that was agreed to in the July 31st settlement agreement.
Okay, thank you.
I want to say that I was one of those very vocal critics right here on this dais regarding the water district, and I've seen so much progress, and I'm really proud of them. And thank you, Dave, for your leadership there.
Thank you for saying that, Steve. I have three quick announcements on water. First of all, Dave mentioned this RFP process, the request for proposals, and the selection process that CalAm is engaged in for selecting the design build firm. This is one of the most significant decisions that CalAm will make. It is the firm that will design and build the desal facility, which is in rough numbers, a $200 million facility. One thing that has been noted is that CalAm was willing to give up equity, profit potential in essence, in this. What they've also given up is a level of control through working with the governance committee, the committee comprised of 3 public agencies. And they continue to recognize that needs to be done. They, a couple weeks ago, offered for us to have a seat at the table during the interview process of those 5 shortlisted design build firms, and we worked out the details, and as Dave mentioned, we have a representative there this week sitting in on those interviews. It's pretty remarkable that a private company that didn't have to offer that was willing to, and I would just suggest that it's for 2 reasons. One is that we've developed I think a good working relationship, and that we're all wanting this to be successful, and 2, that CalAm recognizes that they need to engage the public in a very substantive way to be successful in this community. All that comes out of what our representative will be hearing and seeing over the course of this week will be made public in early December, at the time that CalAm makes its preliminary announcement as to its decision. For the time being, it has to be held in confidence, because you wouldn't want one design build firm's information being shared with another. And so 3 of us, Dave Stolt, myself, and our engineering consultant, Alex Wessner of SPI, are bound by basically a 1-month non-disclosure agreement, so that we protect the integrity of that procurement process. After that is over, we will be holding several public meetings and discussing what we saw and whether we think it was or was not in the public's interest. Second, just a quick note on the test wells for the source water. There's been it was always a tight schedule to get them in this season, construction season. The construction season is really between October and March. And it looks increasingly likely that CalAm, for a variety of reasons, is not going to meet that at that window. I don't want to give up at this point, but the prospects are becoming increasingly slim. It's bad news in terms of the schedule, but I want people to know that that's what we are hearing, and we are working on it. Several calls today on figuring out what the whether they're, what a good plan B is. And then finally, on the GWR project, the groundwater recycling project, we have the Mayor's Authority, or the Water Authority, is engaging with the Water Management District and the Pollution Control Agency to figure out where the key impediments to that project moving forward are, and where we can weigh in with the with the authority of the 6 mayors and hopefully with the 6 city councils and cities. So that's just a little additional update on the water situation. I do want to thank you, Dave, for all your hard work. Thank you for a very clear presentation this evening. And as you saw, there's a lot of work left to be done, so thank you in advance for continuing on that. We will continue on with our announcements from the city administrator.
Thank you, Mayor Burnett. The second item on the posted agenda is a summary of Monday's workshop. And the workshop yesterday was on parking management. And the brief summary of it is there's a parking problem, either an actual problem or at least a perception of the problem. Either way, there's an economic impact and there's a value, a quantitative value to that parking issue to the community. And essentially, the data we looked at yesterday shows an imbalance between the supply and demand. There may be enough overall parking spaces, but there's more demand for the spaces in the commercial core than in other areas. We talked about some different policy goals, basically focused on the expense of the parking issue to the community, both in terms of business impacts on the business, impacts on the environment, and just the quality of life with cars circling around, and then just the business friendliness of the community. And we'll return to the City Council with action items probably in December, but in an upcoming meeting. And I'd say as well that the update here of last night's meeting is to tie in what the meeting was about yesterday with tonight's meeting, but also you'll see on tonight's agenda we'll be bringing back official or a summary of the actions of the workshop for the council to review and to make it part of the official record. And so tonight on the consent agenda you'll see a summary of the October workshop for the council's review and consideration and approval. Okay. And then the next item on the announcements under City Administrator is the forecast agenda. We do usually, we have in the last several months taken up this item at the end of the agenda. We still on the end of the agenda have an item for update of future or direction for future agenda items, but we wanted to put this at the beginning of the agenda to highlight the work that's coming forward that we anticipate in the near future and the long term of items that will be coming to the City Council. We've highlighted the ones that relate to a key initiative, and we've generally blocked time estimates of when these will be coming forward. So it gives the public and the city, gives the public, everyone interested, an idea of some of the items that are on the horizon and when we anticipate them coming to the City Council for consideration. And then the fourth item, we are pleased to announce Condé Nast Travelers 2013 Reader's Choice Awards, and there's handouts there were at least some at the beginning of the meeting in the back. And we have some up we're on our website and at the City Hall front desk. But the 2013 rankings came out, and Carmel-by-the-Sea was sixth in sixth place for all U.S. cities for top 10 cities in the United States of destination travelers, and overall rating of 79. Carmel beat out New Orleans, New York City, Savannah, and Napa. And so it's the quote that's on the Reader's Choice Award says, by far the smallest city on our list, Carmel-by-the-Sea has a big personality with endless charm and beauty. The city is known for its quaint cottages and shops, and the restaurants and artsy boutiques make for a great weekend getaway. What may garner Carmel the most attention, however, are the picturesque and romantic ocean views. So it's great recognition. It's I think a result in part to the efforts of our marketing group. We've really focused in the last few years, or last year or two, with focusing on coordinating the marketing efforts. We have a performance measure to highlight this as a goal, and a lot of effort from the community to get the word out. And it's Carmel's not a secret, and it's great recognition for this community and for the work we're doing in the hospitality industry and with our visitors coming. So it's good information.
It is great news. And in addition, I want to note that a year ago, when the ranking came out, we were farther down the list. The City Council said, let's make sure we don't go any further down the list and let's try to move us up. And that's exactly what city staff and the chamber and everyone who has contributed to this effort, the businesses and everyone who contributes to our visitor serving economy was able to do. So my compliments to you in delivering on what City Council asked for.
Yeah. A final announcement, not on the agenda but relating to that prior item, is the highlight of a new event that'll be coming forward to the City Council probably next month for an event permit approval and alcohol beverage approval, permit approval, and it's the Gourmet Fest. It's and David Fink's here. He's putting the event on, and he could give a brief summary today if the council would like that. But it will be. It's an item that we've, as staff, have worked with him on as the applicant. We're developing the event permit and some of the details. It's proposed to be at the north lot of Sunset, and it's an interesting event. We'll be coming to the City Council for approval. But David's here tonight if you'd like to get just a brief summary of it at this point.
David, if you're willing to provide a 5-minute summary or so. Again, this is not agendized for action, but David has approached me and the city administrator, and we thought it would make sense for the full City Council and the public to understand what he's thinking about, and then hopefully this will be on a City Council agenda coming up soon.
Yes.
Just in case you don't have a Relais and Chateau book. Mr. Mayor, City Council, City Attorney, congratulations on 30 years, Don.
Sorry about that. Outing you there.
I'm David Fink. I own Mirabelle Hotel and Restaurant Group. I'm your neighbor next door at L'Auberge Carmel, which is a Relais and Chateau, and I just want to tell you a little bit about Relais and Chateau, which represents this fleur-de-lis pen that I wear every day, which is the pen that started 60 years ago next year in France, and now we're a membership of 520 properties in 60 countries with 344 Michelin stars. And I'm lucky enough to be on the board of directors of Relais and Chateau, and I represent the west of the U.S. And in my region, there are really bad properties like the French Laundry and Gary Danko and Auberge du Soleil and Meadowood. So I have to visit them from time to time and tell them if they're doing a good job. And I'm just really blessed to have such an incredible delegation in the West. But those of you may know that I started a food and wine festival many years ago in 1987 at the Highlands Inn called the Masters of Food and Wine, which came on to, I'm not saying this, but the media said it, to be the darling of the food and wine festivals in America. And in 1997, I was asked to start the similar type of festival in Germany in the Rheingau, which is now considered the best festival of its kind in Europe, called the Rheingau Gourmet Festival, which is still going strong. And crazy enough, I talked to the board at Relais and Chateau and asked if they would be interested in helping me launch a festival in Carmel-by-the-Sea, considering that we're now an international destination from Condé Nast, and we're getting recognized, and that there's goals that we have in the city to really make this a culinary destination. And the board fully agreed with that, so we're launching a festival at the Sunset Center. We're also going to be inside the Sunset Center, not just in the parking lot, and use rooms at the La Playa Hotel and some other hotels in town, as well as my hotel. I gave you a short presentation there. Next year, Relay celebrates its 60th anniversary, so this will be the kickoff event of something that we want to do annually in Carmel-by-the-Sea, and we want to bring international chefs from Relay and Chateau and the best winemakers, and next year we're going to feature farmers as well, because we're very excited about that. So we have a great event schedule of just some really, really fun things. It's going to be a very smallish event compared to maybe the event that's in Pebble Beach right now, and I think relatively exclusive with some very prestigious sponsors like Lufthansa and Mercedes-Benz that'll be along with us, as well as some other sponsors to be announced. And we're working with Jason's team and the Sunset team to put the last little details on it. I'll be in Europe next week, meeting some of the participants for next year. But we have some very, very exciting people coming that have already said yes, like Danielle Balud and Annie Fedoli, who's a 3-star Michelin from Italy. But we'll have a full announcement and a press release next month, and I expect to be back in front of you to give you more details. And we're just really excited about launching this this new festival. So,
thank you very much, David.
You have a timing, David?
It's March 27th to the 30th, and Ken, thanks for asking, because we obviously didn't want to do it in August, our peak month here, and the month of Concours, and Carrie's a hotelier, and March is a pretty lousy month here, and we looked at a weekend that was not a great weekend traditionally, and so we hope eventually this will be something that can fill a lot of the hotel rooms in town here. So it won't next year, but we'll grow it slowly. So.
Well, thank you, David, for working on this, for taking the time this evening to come and do a preview, and we look forward to seeing more details. Any questions for David?
Sounds exciting.
Yep. It's going to be fun.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, we will now turn to the public appearance portion of the meeting. This is an opportunity for any member of the public wishing to address the City Council on any item not on tonight's agenda. To do so, if you would like, please come forward. Encourage you to state your name and ask that you limit your remarks to 3 minutes. Cindy.
This is not a PowerPoint presentation. It's a failure of my printer. My name is Cindy Lloyd, Mayor Burnett, members of the council. Monday, November 11th is Veterans Day. In the spirit of honoring those from Carmel who risked and lost their lives in conflicts throughout the world, I have a single and simple request. Please refrain from affixing onto the memorial arch and bell at San Carlos Street and Ocean Avenue any holiday decoration in the soon-to-be upon us Christmas season. Charles Sumner Green, a Carmel resident following retirement from his architectural firm of Green & Green, designed the arch to honor veterans who died in war. It is constructed of fragile stone, which can easily be damaged. In the past few years, holiday fairy lights have been attached to the arch and a red bow put on the bell. The memorial arch and bell speak volumes in their simplicity. Adorning them with lights and ribbon not only detracts from their historical and architectural message, but subjects them to unnecessary, superficial holiday decor. Out of respect to all veterans, to world-famous architect Charles Sumner Green, and to the dignity of Carmel-by-the-Sea, I urge you to maintain them free and unadulterated this holiday season. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Would anyone else like to address the council on any item not on tonight's agenda?
Hi, Jason, council staff. I'm Barbara Livingston. At our CRA Carmel Residents Association board meeting yesterday, we spoke about how wonderful this year's Halloween parade was. And I think it had all to do with music. You brought in the bagpipers where they're swirling, stirring, exciting music to lead the parade. That was terrific. And then the Carmel Residents Association hired the brass jazz quintet from the Monterey Pops Orchestra, which we put on a flatbed truck, which Hacienda Hand Feed loan to us. So I just think the music added a lot of pep, a lot of jazz, and people loved it. They were clapping for the music. So let's just hope that we can continue to improve our parade every year. On another note, the Carmel Residents Association will host Jay Gentry and Rob Nicely on November 21st at Vista Lobos at 5 o'clock. They will speak on the passive house, but more importantly to Carmel residents, how to make our homes more energy efficient. So I think this will be an item of great interest to Carmel residents. We invite everyone. The meeting is free and open to the public. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Barbara. Would anyone else like to address the council on any item not on tonight's agenda? Seeing none, I will close the public comment. And since Veterans Day was noted, I realized that I did not announce that there will be a Veterans Day celebration on Veterans Day, the 11th, Monday, November 11th at 11 a.m. in Devendorf Park. With respect to Cindy's comment, we're not at liberty to discuss that, but I trust that staff will consider your comment. With that, we will turn to our consent calendar, and let me quickly read through the consent calendar just for everyone's benefit, and then I will ask if anyone wants to pull any item. The first, minutes for October 8th regular meeting. The next are bills from September 1 to September 30th. Next is item C, ratify direction given to staff on the public right-of-way workshop from October 7th. D is receive the fire and ambulance reports. E, code compliance update. F, public records and media request log. G is the findings for the approval of the design study that the council took up at the last meeting with respect to the residents at San Antonio and 10th. H is a resolution calling for the April 8th general municipal election for the purposes of filling 2 council seats and the mayor's seat, and authorizing the city to process the appropriate paperwork. I is to receive and file the Waste Management Franchise Agreement scorecard. J is to establish a building permit fee for state-mandated weekly construction inspections during the wet season within the area of special biological significance watershed. K is consideration of a resolution authorizing the examination of sales or transaction use records for individuals and positions named in the resolution. L is consideration of a resolution adopting the inflation and city population as factors for the purposes of determining the GAN limit and accepting the calculated GAN limit. And M is consideration of a resolution amending the city's position classification salary plan by adopting the job description salary schedule range for the senior human resources analyst and salary schedule ranges for the building official, city clerk, and deputy city clerk positions. I believe that there are a couple corrections to consent items on the dais and are available for the public. Jason Stillwell, can you flag those for us, please?
Mayor Burnett, yes, there is. It's not a correction, but it's additional information for item M. It's supplemental information for consent calendar item N, the consideration of the resolution amending the city's position classification and salary plan.
And I thought that there was going to be a correction to item C, which is the summary of the right-of-way workshop. Is that not?
Oh, that's right. That is here too.
Okay. And then I believe, I believe that there is a minor correction to the minutes of October 8th, simply noting that I said that the 2 items on appeal may be continued, but we wouldn't take that up until the 6 p.m. break. So I think with those 3 corrections or modifications, I will ask any council member wish to pull any item.
I have a comment on I, but since we're receiving and filing the waste management, it will not affect my vote about whether to receive and file it, but I would like to have comments. So you tell me whether I should pull it or not. I'm happy to pull or not pull.
Okay. We do have, I think later on in the agenda, the resolution considering the rate increase. Could you offer your comment at that point?
I could offer them then.
let's do that.
Okay.
Any other item? Okay, any member of the public wish to pull any item from the consent calendar? Seeing none, I will bring it back to council and entertain a motion for approval.
I'll make a motion we approve the consent calendars, item A through M.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, we will move on to orders of council. And the first item is to receive the first quarter financial report and alternate to Jason Stilwell for a staff report.
Okay, Mayor Burnett and members of the council, we have the first quarter financial report available in the back of the room and on the counter and online. The first quarter, as I say every first quarter, is important to really get an initial indicator, review and examination of where we are in actual time versus where we thought we'd be when we put together the budget with the estimates that we used in developing the balanced budget. So the good news is the budget's holding revenue. Let me just preface it by saying the financial summary on page 5 shows actual revenue, actual expenditures. So we recognize there are some accruals and some encumbrances on the expenditure side. So that being said, let me say that the revenues are coming in slightly ahead of budget, which is good news, and the expenditures are slightly below budget, which is good news. And we have a lot of activity, as the council knows, with developing the budget, with a number of capital projects that we expect to be gaining speed as we proceed through the fiscal year. And we have some staffing vacancies, and actually that was another thing I meant to mention under announcements. We have a new dispatcher who started 2 weeks ago, Tracy Cook, and just wanted to announce that, and I guess here's the opportunity. But so it's we have are moving forward with the operating plan and budget as adopted by the City Council, and so the summary of the report is on page 2. And the first focus in the report is on the key initiatives, and we're making progress on all of the key initiatives, substantial progress on all of them. Anticipate substantial completion on all of them by the end of this calendar year. The financial summary, as I mentioned, revenue is tracking as we anticipated in the budget, and the expenditures are less than 25% at the quarter point of the year. We highlight the department summaries with a brief description of each of the department's activities and budgets. And one thing I would point out is the amount of activity in all the departments. There's a lot of work going on, which is good, and it was anticipated in the adopted budget. And you'll see that in the community, the work being completed in the capital projects and with maintaining the community. And you'll also see it with the items coming forward to the City Council and the different agreements being approved and the different items that the Council and the Planning Commission and the other various commissions have been asking for work on. And then finally, we have the summary of the capital projects on page 17 through 20. And, again, it's the first quarter, so not all of the projects have a lot of momentum, but all of them have some activity. And one is complete, where we were able to purchase the defibrillator for, it's an equipment purchase for the defibrillator for the ambulance. And but we do have a nice summary, kind of a sentence or two of each of the capital projects on page 17 through 20. So if there's a member of the community or other people interested in the status of a particular project that was in the adopted budget, we have a brief summary of what the status is here, and a couple of updates to this year's report. Again, it's a focus on a simple way to explain where we are at the end of the quarter with relative to the key initiatives, the finances, the performance, and the capital projects. And and I think that's about the summary. Oh, and then I was going to just say, and so we've evolved the report a little bit this year, where we did add the key initiatives and a little more graphic description of the budget for each of the departments. And so we were hoping that would augment what's already in here on page 5 with the financial summary, but highlight that a little bit more in a graphic form and really tie it back to the department's activities.
Well, thank you, Jason. We have this under orders of council in case there is any direction. The only action that we're really necessarily needing is just to receive the report. Any questions for Jason Stillwell?
I have a comment. I really appreciate the list of capital projects. As you can see, there's a lot going on in the city, and it's nice to have a summary so that keeps us and the public posted in terms of progress. So I commend you and the staff for that. Thank you.
Can I build on that comment?
Please.
This wasn't quite celebrated much when we announced it, but the parking workshop last night was really thrilling, if you can say that about parking. The gentleman who presented actually said at the beginning he can hardly contain himself how excited he is about parking, and it really was clear. I mean, the presentation was fantastic. It was very analytical. It was basically, just to sum up in one sentence, it was about incentivizing, ways in which you can incentivize good behavior and punish bad behavior instead of the reverse, which sometimes we do, but just all sorts of creative ideas about parking management. And for the people stayed very, very late because they were so engaged. And then the thing broke up and people still mingled around talking about parking. So this is one of the capital projects here, and I just wanted to say that to me it's heads and shoulders more useful than some of the discussions and evidence that I've seen so far about our parking problem in this city, or our perceived parking problem.
Okay. I also say we could all experience firsthand what this capital budget means, because I went to the post office today, and 6th is closed from San Carlos to Dolores, and Dolores is closed from 6th down to the post office. And so if you're driving around town, leave a little extra time, because the city is working hard to get a number of these capital projects completed before the rains come. And you may find, if you're in a hurry, that you're going to find yourself detouring. People were detouring through the parking lot at the post office today, and so some people weren't stopping to get their mail. They were just driving through the parking lot because it was the only way to keep moving. So I think the staff would say simply bear with us while we get to work. This was what Measure D was all about, to deal with some of this deferred maintenance, and that work is now underway.
Steve.
I just want to say nice job on the report and nice job on the progress. It looks very good.
I'll open it to the public. Any member of the public wish to address the council on the first quarter financial report?
Thanks, Jason. Council, staff, I'm Barbara Livingston. Jason, a few months ago, you and council said that you were going to be setting initiatives, for 2014-15. We haven't heard much about that lately. Is that still your plan, to have some kind of discussion on that?
I will respond to that after I close
Thank
public
you.
comment. Good question. Anyone else wishing to address the council on this item? Seeing none, we will close the public comment, and let me first address that question. Absolutely. In fact, just today I was grabbing a cup of coffee at a local coffee shop, and the table next to me were two members of a commission hard at work thinking through what their recommendations might be on the key initiatives. We've asked all the boards and commissions to help us in identifying what the key initiatives should be for 2014. I understand they have all put that on their respective agendas and are working through that, and will bring their suggestions through Jason Stillwell to the City Council at the December City Council meeting. We will have a discussion on that.
Do we have December 2nd?
As the workshop.
Yes.
And we currently have scheduled for the workshop for December to be, which is December 2nd at 5:30 here in City Chambers. Council chambers, to be on the key initiatives. So the plan will be, we'll have a workshop on the 2nd. We may have also an item on the agenda on the 3rd, and then they will be approved at the January City Council meeting. So that is the plan. Thank you very much for asking, because it really is one of the key documents that drives, along with the budget and the capital plan, that really drives the organization over the course of the year. Okay, we've taken out to the public, and if there's any further comments or questions, otherwise we're just looking to receive this report.
I move that we receive the report.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We'll now move to consideration of an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to deny a design study application DS 13-33 for the replacement of an existing wood shingle roof with composition shingles on a residence located on Dolores Street, 4 parcels southeast of 10th Avenue in a single-family residential R1 zoning district, and the application is being appealed by the property owner, Mr. David Goldenson. And I'll turn it to Mark for staff report.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. So the property is developed with a 2-story residence clad with board and batten siding and wood shingle, wood clad roof that curves around the edges of the roof. The applicant is proposing to replace that wood roof with a composition shingle roof. So in January 2012, the Planning Commission determined that all requests for replacement of wood shingles or shakes with composition shingles should be reviewed by the Planning Commission. And part of the reason for that was to protect community character. And another reason is also the design guidelines indicate that roofing material should be reviewed and evaluated through the planning design study process. So for this particular project, the application was denied by the Planning Commission. The vote was unanimous. And that is what the appellant or applicant is appealing, was a decision on the roofing material. So with regards to roofing material, the design guidelines do provide some guidance, and I'll just state what some of the guidance is. And one, it states that the roof material should be consistent with the architectural style of the building and with the context of the neighborhood. The guidelines state that wood shingles and shakes are preferred materials for most types of architectural styles in Carmel, and it gives us examples of arts and crafts, English Revival, Tudor Revival. It also states that composition shingles convey a color and texture similar to that of wood shingles may be considered on some architectural styles characteristic of more recent eras. So the primary basis for denial of this project is the Commission had concerns that it would have a negative impact, the composition shingle would have a negative impact on the architecture of the building. The Commission felt that the current wood shingle roof was really a key feature of the architecture of this building, was an important component of it. And also the Commission felt that the composition shingles presented by the applicant did not convey a texture and appearance similar to wood. So that was the reason for denial. The applicant has indicated that a big part of the reason they'd like to do this in composition shingles for cost reasons, and the Planning Commission did acknowledge that they did not make their decision based on cost, nor should they. So staff concurs with the Planning Commission and recommends denying the appeal. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Mark. Any questions for Mark?
Thank you.
Thank you. I will now turn it to the applicant, and the applicant is Mr. Goldenson.
Can I ask one question, Mark?
Sure.
When you made that last comment, sorry, Mark, my apologies.
Sure.
You know, there's talk in here about the presidential brand composite shingles. Was that the shingle, the presidential brand that was reviewed by the Planning Commission on 2 different occasions?
It was. On the second meeting, the applicant brought the sample, and we actually have that right here. So I was going to leave that to Mr. Goldenson to show that City Council which one.
And I have Don Cox here from Williams Roofing, who can answer more of the technical questions. But I wanted, Mayor and...
I'm sorry, before you start, if we can set the timer for 10 minutes, you'll be allocated a total of 10 minutes. You can choose to use that all at the outset or divide it between your opening comments and closing comments, so you as the applicant will, or the appellant will have the final word, if you will.
Okay. Thank you. Mayor, members of council, I appreciate the opportunity to talk. Being the third person named David up here, I think it's going to be very easy for you to remember my name. The reason for the appeal, I couldn't be here in June when we live half the year up in another upstate New York, and so I was able to watch the video. And I had serious problems with watching the video and what was said during it. And I should say we've lived here, we've had this home about 22 years. Take great pride in it. We wouldn't do anything, don't want to do anything to the house. It's going to diminish the appearance, value, or whatever of the home. And composite, there aren't a lot of rolled eave homes in the neighborhood, but there are some, and a good number of them have composite rolled eaves. It's not unique. We're not setting a precedent here. But the things I found wrong watching the planning board was, first of all, someone stood up and told the planning board that houses on both sides of me, of my house, are wood. That's not true. The house on the north side is composite. In fact, I have photos too also. 1, 2, and 3, where number 4 are all composite. The second they said was that most of the houses around me are wood. That's not true either. I went down both sides of Dolores between 10th and 11th, and I did the west side of San Carlos. It's 13 houses are composite, 12 are wood. And then the other thing that bothered me was the planning board person who said, we're not supposed to consider costs. Well, that's not correct either. It says we're not compelled to consider costs. And that to me is a significant difference, and that makes sort of an elitist statement that we're not supposed to. They could if they want to. And in this case, the wood is twice the cost of composite. And composite is certainly better for fire protection. It's certainly better for termite protection. So and the fact that there are homes in our area that have rolled eaves with composite shingles. So I found that disturbing. I've had the sort of the feeling that their minds were kind of made up before they ever got into the discussion. And somewhere in the planning board report, page 2, current wood shakes are superior to the composition shingles. They're not. I mean, composition shingle will, as I say, last 2 to 3 times longer and provide certainly fire, certainly a termite protection. That's my basic reasons for making this appeal. And if there's questions, I didn't like to.
Did you want to speak to the samples that you've brought in?
Can you show the samples?
Maybe Don could show, if you look at, I'm not sure which, we picked, was it the autumn?
What's the question?
What would be the samples? Meanwhile, I'll get the...
Well, the presidential shake version of the composition world is simulated shake patterns.
Would you mind holding it up for the full council's benefit? Thank you.
And this particular variety of shingle is considered one of the most luxurious, thickest shingles in the marketplace in this world of asphalt shingle roofing. And we chose to use this particular product not only because of its robust look and luxurious look, but it simulated the same character features that his existing wood shingle has, which is that staggered pattern of the rolled eaves and whatnot. And this is the only asphalt shingle that would allow us to simulate that desirable look that he has currently. So this is by far the most expensive asphalt shingle product available in the marketplace. So in our mind, he isn't necessarily degrading, but we're trying to maintain that appeal and also provide him some added benefits to the roof system as well.
You know, if I could, somewhere in the reports also it said I hadn't provided any photos. Obviously, I didn't know I was supposed to, but I can start these around. These are all photos of houses between 9th and 10th on Lincoln, on Monteverde, 13th and Mission. There are others, but then this is the 3 houses to the north of us, and this is the house to my north side, which is not wood, despite what was said in the planning council. Where you are on this side. Thank you. Yes, on the back, I've written where they are. Those are homes next to me and across the road.
I just stop so he has right now.
If you would like to reserve your remaining time
Sure.
until after we've taken other public comments, you are free to do so.
Yes,
and council may have questions for you after we close the public comment period. Thank you very much for coming before us today. Would any member of the public wish to address the council on this item?
Mayor, council, staff, Barbara Livingston. I think one of the things that may not be made clear to applicants seeking changes to their homes is that in the past, things were allowed. I mean, but in recent years, the design guidelines have tightened, and we now have our design guidelines to lead us. I just think that what is now, and what was. I found the staff report to be extremely well laid out, very detailed, very explanatory, but I think that's the conflict often when people come to the counter. They see examples throughout the village and don't understand why they aren't allowed the same thing. But it has to do with our changing design guidelines to preserve the aesthetics of our village. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Anyone else wishing to address the council on this item? Seeing none, I will offer it back to you, Mr. Goldenson. If you would like to use any of your remaining time, you are free to do so.
Well, use my time for questions from the...
that wouldn't count towards your 4 minutes remaining or 5 minutes remaining, but...
I would still reserve it, and any questions there are, deal with.
Okay. Well, we will then close the public comment, and I'll bring it back to council, and we will ask you to come forward if there are questions for you. Thank you. Okay. How would the council like to proceed?
I've got questions.
Go ahead.
Mr. Goldenson, I'm still not clear what, because when looking at some of these shingles, sometimes they're one solid color, sometimes they're a mixture of colors. I'm still not clear from your sample what, if you're using a solid color or a mixture.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This is being recorded, and so if you don't mind coming to the microphone so that your answer can be on the record. Thank you.
The shingle we had picked that we were going to use. Can you show me which one that is?
Which color?
It's autumn gold.
Which color?
Yes, let's call autumn gold.
It's called autumn blend.
Autumn blend.
Can you show it to us, please?
Which one is that?
Well, the problem with this particular one is the autumn blend is only a small portion here, but it's going to have the same characteristics as this one here, which is the shadow gray.
Okay, so it's the one that you have the piece of paper on.
It's going to have a more monotone.
Okay, and it's only going to be one color?
Yes.
Okay, because sometimes I've seen a mixture of colors. Okay.
Okay. Other questions, Carrie?
Not at this time.
Steve, did you have a...
I don't have any questions, but I got comments.
Okay, and any other questions? Okay, go ahead with your comments, please.
Okay, when I looked at the house, I walked out, by the way, I wasn't on a tour, but I went out there, and so I've seen the house. What I noticed is that it seemed that the rolled ridges were inconsistent with the rest of the house. I mean, it just didn't match up. And so we have a board and batten house, essentially, and it would seem to me that composite shingles would be completely consistent with a board and batten house. And so rather than looking at the roll, I would urge us to take a look at the building itself, and I think the roll is inconsistent with the board and batten. And so that's, and it didn't appear that that board and batten concept was discussed. It was only discussed as far as the staff report. It was only discussed about the roll and the roll and the roll. And it says here, evaluation, composite shingles that convey a color texture similar to that of wood shingles may be considered on some architectural styles characteristically of more recent ones. And my position is that I think that this is architectural styles characteristic of more recent homes.
Maybe we could ask Mark to speak to that. The application is to keep the roll.
That's correct, and that's one reason, one benefit of the composition shingle is that it's actually pliable and it can curve around those edges. So if they were to do a wood shingle without the curved component, it would leave something that wouldn't quite look correct around the eaves. It would kind of drop off and wouldn't go with the style of the house. If that makes sense.
Well, what would the style of the house demand if you didn't have the roll?
Well, I think in this case, the appearance of the house with the board and batten siding and the rolled roof eaves, it presents a cottage appearance, and the roof is a pretty dominant feature of the house. You can see it pretty well from the street. Typically, when the Planning Commission does approve composition shingle, it's on a low pitch roof. The roof doesn't face the surface of it doesn't face the street to the extent that this one does. So for this particular site, the Commission felt that this type of roof, the wood shingle roofing was the most appropriate for the design of the roof, for the rolled eaves, just for the overall style of the house. That it would be a significant downgrade if they went from this roofing material to composition shingle. And the photo doesn't quite depict what you see when you're on site. When you're on site, it's really clear that roof is made out of wood and it has a nice natural looking appearance to it and texture that really the Commission determined would not be visible or would not be presented with the composition shingle.
Did you have any further comments, Steve?
No.
This is just a follow-up on Steve's comment, which I think might really be a question hidden in there somewhere. Because I would imagine the cost of converting that roof from a rolled shape to what typically we find on a board and batten house would then go back into adding cost to the project. I don't know, and maybe the owner is really interested in.
Can I clarify?
Yeah, go. Yeah.
No, I wasn't saying to go back and take the roll off.
Oh.
I'm just saying look at the siding of the house, the type of house, the design of the house, and see if a composition shingle wouldn't be appropriate for that kind of a house.
Okay.
Yeah.
I misunderstood you then. Sorry.
And just to note, part of the added cost is they would have to bend those wood shingles around the eaves. That's going to add to the cost, and maybe the appellant can speak to that.
If the wood is used.
If wood is used.
If wood is used.
Well, it's okay. So, I mean, yes, bending wood is a little more costly, but you don't bend all the wood. You only bend the one that goes around the curve. So I'm just going to throw that out there for those of us who aren't in the trades. I just had a couple comments to maybe guide our thinking on this, and I agree with Steve that I agree with what I thought Steve said about the inconsistency of the shape of the roof with the style of the building. However, that's not under discussion today, but the shape of the roof, I think, is extremely consistent with the material of the roof. That's what the Planning Commission found, and I just wanted to say for the record, this has been discussed here and maybe on the Planning Commission before, but wood now is available fireproofed. It has 50-year plus warranties, stronger warranties sometimes than those products. And when you impregnate the wood with the fire retardants, that fire protection lasts the length of the warranty of the wood, or the lifespan of the wood. So just so we know that really I think this has come down to a discussion about the quality of the material and the appropriateness for the roof, since we seem to be stuck with the roof shape. So I'm leaning, because of those things, toward upholding the decision of the Planning Commission.
Ken?
Is this a de novo hearing?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
You really didn't say.
Yeah, I'm appreciative of the situation where the appellant is, and I'm also appreciative of the fact that the Planning Commission looked at this a couple of times and believes that our village character is in that roof. I also have a problem for my years in the planning commission, thinking that that roof is appropriate to that house. And so that's the problem I have. I don't think that roof is appropriate to that house, but so I'm conflicted.
I think there's there's always a possibility. We don't know the mind, or even, we have no idea whether the applicant, the original applicant, has the desire to, maybe he wants to think about taking on a roof change, although it sounds like it's a budget-oriented thing that he's working on. But I think if we would deny the appeal, then he has a chance to go back and think about converting it to a more appropriate architectural thing. But I think that it can only make, to me, it can only make it worse to take something that where the roof is mismatched, I think, and make it a lower quality roof for that type of roof. That is a roof. The tradition of that roof is an English tradition. Again, at the expense of the bending is really just on the edges. It's a very durable roof. It has all the qualities of authenticity. And I'll just point out something I pointed out before about our design guidelines. We have some conflicts in our design guidelines, unfortunately, that we've sort of touched on in the past. The main principle of the design guidelines, which tends to run through most of them, is about authenticity of materials and style. And the idea of that authenticity brings patina and wears well and basically it reinforces our village character. I disagree, I will say for the record, that we would ever want to promote a material that we are promoting because it is similar to a better material. So our language here is composition shingles that convey a color and texture similar to that of wood shingles may be considered. There's a mismatch even within that guideline about whether a faux material is good for a certain style. That it really is a problematic. However, I happen to know the design guidelines, and I know that that is a minority type of comment. Most of the comments in the design guidelines are not like that. They're not conflicted. So this one is, I think, inconsistent with most of our design guidelines. And even so, it tells us pretty much to avoid these things most of the time. And as we heard earlier, the Planning Commission only tends to approve these things when we really can't see them very well, which I think if you have to do that, it's probably a good time to do it. So anyway, that's just the way I see the design guidelines and the village character issue. And if I would be open to seeing that house roof shape reconsidered, but that is certainly not on the table today. So,
do you want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to deny the appeal.
I second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. In terms of the record, Don, do we have...
It would be to deny the appeal and uphold the decision of the Planning Commission based upon the findings that are contained in the staff report.
You want me to rephrase?
Well,
or we got that? Okay.
I think that's...
Implicit.
We're just clarifying technically what we're doing, I think. Steve? Yes.
Okay, I want to clarify why I changed my opinion, and you convinced me of it because it is conflicted here. And the comment that you use this kind of roof on a lower shape pitch, and so where it's not that visible, and this is truly a very visible roof. So those are the reasons that I changed my opinion, or I don't know if I had an opinion. I was throwing out it. Comment. Thank you.
And I will just comment that for me, it comes to the design guidelines very often speak to authenticity of material, and I think that here what that material is meant to convey is bent wood, and I think that that's what is there today and what should continue. If there aren't any further comments, roll call, please.
Councilmember Beach?
Yes.
Councilmember Hilliard?
Yes.
Councilmember Thays?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Talmadge?
Yes.
Mayor Burnett?
Yes.
Motion to deny the appeal carries 5-0.
Thank you. We're scheduled to take a break at this point. Why don't we do so, but let's work to keep it a quick break. We will reconvene it's currently 6:25 by my watch. We'll reconvene at 6:35. Thank you.
That's just the wrong.
No, after the close of the public hearing, what I said, the way it works is at the end of the public comment period, if you feel like you did not understand that,
Yes.
we can give you time, because I don't want you to think that.
Guys,
Proceed.
guys, thank you.
It's okay.
Guys,
No, I'm there.
I'll get it.
Watch out,
Oh, I'm sorry.
No problem.
Get,
The other, rather much like a fixed roof. So that's the appropriate roof.
The way it works is you're given a chance at the beginning of the public comment period.
I have to go.
Comment period. If I was not clear, we can certainly give you 4 minutes and retake the vote, if you would like to. Because I certainly wouldn't want.
Am I within 500 feet? I think I'm, if he is, I suspect I am.
We'll handle it without either of you,
Sorry
if that's
about that.
your decision.
I also own real estate within 500 feet. My law office is there, so I'm going to step down as well.
Okay. We will, and please let the minutes reflect that both Ken Talmadge and Don Freeman have left the council chambers. Okay, we will now turn it to Mark for I'm sorry, Steve, go ahead.
Yeah, I just mentioned that I didn't go on the tour, but I went over there today and toured myself, so I feel comfortable with making decisions.
Okay, thank you. Turn it to Mark for a staff report.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. So the project site is located in the Dowd Building, which is an indoor mall accessible from Ocean Avenue and San Carlos Street. There's a restaurant within that building named Carmel-by-the-Sea. They were approved for a business license in 2009, and the restaurant operates under an existing use permit that used to be issued to a restaurant named Paulina's. The restaurant currently operates with 63 seats, but is permitted a total of 75 seats under their original use permits. And just some background on the restaurant, Carmel-by-the-Sea provides a full range of food items, and customers order and pay for their meals at the counter prior to eating, and there is some table service, but generally most of the transactions occur at the counter. So on September 11, 2013, the Planning Commission approved a new use permit for the business to expand the restaurant from 1,500 square feet to 2,900 square feet. This included the expansion of some of the seating area and the kitchen prep area. And as you can see on the floor plan above, the hatched portion of the floor plan would be the expanded area, which is on the south side of the building or the indoor mall. This shows the proposed seating plan. So basically the seating is currently around in this area would be expanded to the south side. They'd also be expanding the kitchen prep area towards the entrance off of San Carlos Street. So special condition number 3 of the use permit requires that customers pay for their meals after eating. And this condition was included in the approval to bring the business into compliance with the code regulations. And the applicant is appealing this special condition because the project was approved, but they're just appealing that condition. So the code provides a definition of full-line restaurants, and part of the definition states that these restaurants provide table service to patrons of all ages who pay after eating. So the issue with this business is that because customers pay before they eat, the existing operation is non-conforming. So the business has been allowed to operate this way as an existing continuation of a non-conforming use. However, the code states that non-conforming uses cannot be expanded into new portions of the building. So that's why staff added this condition to bring the business into compliance, which would allow the restaurant owner to expand. And I do want to note that a similar determination was made with the restaurant 400 Degrees. That came before the City Council a few years back. They also have a counter service as part of their operation. And in reviewing the use of the business and the definition of a full-line restaurant, it was determined that they could still provide counter service and they had to have an option for a table service, but they had to require it was required the customers pay after they eat. So that's why this is being carried over to this use permit of this business. That's part of the reason. So the staff report does provide some alternatives for the council to consider. One is to direct the applicant to apply for a zoning code amendment to amend the definition of a full-line restaurant or some of the regulations that apply to restaurants. However, it could be unlikely that would be approved and it would be a lengthy process. Another option would be that the council could potentially authorize the non-conforming use to be continued under its current footprints, which would allow customers that eat there to pay before they eat, but in the new expanded areas, they would have to pay after their meals. And staff did provide a definition of a full-line restaurant versus a specialty restaurant, and that's at the dais, and I'll just bring that up on the overhead here. Sorry. So for a full-line restaurant, it's defined that a full-line restaurant offers prepared food and drinks using non-disposable plates, glasses, and utensils for immediate consumption on the site. These restaurants provide table service to patrons of all ages who pay after eating. Takeout service may be provided. And then on the dais, there's also some additional regulations that go along with the full-line restaurants. And one actually says a customer can order from the counter, so that is allowed with the full-line restaurants. For specialty restaurants, that is a limited range of food products for immediate consumption on the site. These restaurants provide seating, but are not required to provide table service or menus. Specialty restaurants provide as a primary use 2 or fewer of the following lines of food. So essentially, this business does operate similar to the specialty restaurants. The only difference is it provides a full range of food items. So that's one thing for the council to consider, of whether or not this business actually should be defined as a specialty restaurant. In that case, it would not be non-conforming and they could expand. And the Planning Commission did not take this into consideration. There was no evaluation by staff as to whether or not it should apply in this category. However, it's pretty clear from the code that this category is intended for, food for restaurants that serve very limited range of food items like coffee shops, maybe pastry shops, things like that. So staff does recommend upholding the Planning Commission's decision. And are there any questions on the staff report or the presentation?
I have a little question.
Thank you, Mark. Please go ahead.
Just on this specialty thing, if you could just give us a little more color on this, because I can see the text here, which is a little more even extensive here on the dais about, it says things about sales of soup, salad, and sandwiches may be also allowed in an amount up to 10% of sales. I mean, I don't know if you could just tell us, Mark, a little bit maybe about how it is boots on the ground, that it's hard to picture what this is in a way for me, I guess. I mean, even though I know which ones we've categorized as specialty, I think, more or less around town.
Well, I think a good example would be some of the coffee shops in town, like Carmel Coffee Roasting Company, for example. They primarily serve coffee, but then they have as an ancillary use, small percentage of sandwiches and some food items. But it's a limited range, and it's clear that it's an ancillary percentage. And some of these specialty restaurants may have expanded their offerings over the years, and I can't speak to that.
Impossible for us to, well, it's not going to be impossible, it's very onerous for us to determine what 10% of the sales is. And then another question we had was, that the group had, I thought you might want to speak to the Il Fornaio example. Did you find out anything about that?
Staff did not have the opportunity to look at the conditions of their use permit. When it comes to the ancillary use, the 10%, there's some language in the code and the general plan that leaves it to the city to make that determination. And it does, state that we can use a floor area percentage or a wall space percentage to make that determination as to what constitutes 10% of the business. However, it's also indicated you can look at sales as well. So it's somewhat, not in this section, but in other sections of the code where it discusses ancillary uses.
So we as a town have flexibility when it comes to determining how the 10% is understood and regulated or whatever. And do we also have flexibility when it comes to the percent itself? Or is that then become a coastal commission thing or a change in the regs, or just curious?
The code does allow expanded ancillary uses, but it requires a use permit if you want to go beyond the 10%. A use permit issued from the Planning Commission. But
we can come back to this. I just have some questions about these nitty-gritty kind of, especially on the specialty foods thing. It's a little tough for me to fully grasp, but we can come back to it.
Other questions for Mark? I just have a general question under option 2, which is if the council decides that this is the sort of thing we want to be able to approve, under staff's reading, that would require either modifying code section 17.36.050 or 17.68, the definition of a full-line restaurant. Between those two, I would assume that modifying the second one would be a more targeted, would have fewer unintended consequences. Is that staff's, let me phrase it as a question. Which one would have fewer unintended consequences?
Well, the first one would have fewer unintended consequences. That would pertain to this business, and basically it's an interpretation of the code stating that they can continue their non-conforming operation that the areas where it is expanded.
No, I'm sorry. Maybe I wasn't clear in asking the question.
Oh, sorry.
Under option 2, the staff report reads, the council could direct the applicant to apply for a zoning code amendment to either amend section 17.36.050 or amend section 17.68. And if I understand this, if we amend it, were to go with option 2 and amend 17.36.050, that could have ramifications for other non-conforming uses throughout town, which might not be intended, which is why I was...
That's correct. So yeah, the one that applies to the restaurants would be the one that would have less unintended consequences. It'd be very specific to restaurants where non-conforming uses would apply to many different types of uses and would have more ramifications.
And my follow-on question is, why is option 2 that the council would direct the applicant as opposed to the council directing staff to work with the planning commission?
Council initiative, so it can be initiated by an applicant, a private party, or by the city at the direction of the council or the planning commission.
Can you explain the differences in, is there a difference in how that would be processed?
Well, there would be a fee associated with it if the applicant applied. It's in the order of around $3,000. And then also, I think if it was directed by the council, it'd probably be taken with a little more consideration and, maybe better accepted by the planning commission. So the first step would be reviewed by the planning commission. It'd work its way up to the city council and then ultimately the coastal commission.
So
the process would be the same.
So really that's a variant of option 2
yes.
Would be. Okay. I think those are all my questions, Steve.
When I looked at this before, I'll try and put it in the form of a question, but could we find that because the use permit in which they are operating now already has 75 seats, that it would not be, an expansion to utilize those 75 seats?
That's a good point. When staff first spoke with the applicant, it seemed that would be the case. But then after reviewing the code more clearly, it's pretty clear that if you actually expand the use into a new portion of the building, that's prohibited. So I think in order for the applicant, the restaurant owner, to expand that existing use, the city council would have to find that it's in fact a specialty restaurant and not a full-line restaurant.
Quick other comment. Everyone had this question, Steve. You weren't at the tour, but we all wondered. It's a land use, real estate type expansion, not any other kind of expansion. Oh. It's exactly what they want to do that's not allowed.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. But I did have one other follow-up comment just to the mayor's point about these options, is that no matter what we do, if it's something that helps, that not helps, but that eventually modifies the regulations in the town, just so everyone here knows, because we're about to get into public discussion, this is going to take a long time because it goes through many steps. It's all in the staff report, but it goes all the way to the Coastal Commission, so it's not even within our hands if we go this direction. Just so people are aware when we begin the discussion, that's my understanding. I hope is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay, if there aren't any further questions, thank you, Mark, for that staff report and for helping to answer those questions. I will open it to the applicant for 10 minutes, and good evening, Jay. You are given 10 minutes that you can allocate as you see fit between your opening comments and your closing comments, and so you can choose to leave whatever time you want that you might use to respond to any other public comments that come up. And I'll further note that the council may have questions in its deliberations, and that does not count towards the 10 minutes. We won't, that would be after we close the public comment period. Please.
All right. Mayor Burnett, City Council members, staff, residents of Carmel, thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. My name is Jay Delata, and Chloe and I, my wife Chloe, and I own Carmel Bell. Before I begin, I just wanted to explain that I've never done anything like this before. I've never appeared before a mayor or city council to plead my case. But I must say that this process has been very surprising to me, in a good way, in a very good way. Everyone has been so helpful and encouraging. Everyone from the planning department, council members, city staff members, customers, my employees, and neighbors. I thought we'd have to come here fighting, starting a riot. But it turns out you're all here to help us, which is very encouraging. And it has really shown me the sense of community that I was hoping to find when we moved here 5 years ago. We live in town, we are residents, and we live here with my 5-year-old daughter, Brogan, 2 dogs, of course. And we walk to work, we walk to the beach, we walk our daughter to school, we shop the shops, we eat the restaurants. We don't just eat at our own. And we truly feel that we live an enchanted life here in this village. And now, on to why we're here. As you know, Carmel Bell is a breakfast and lunch restaurant that serves mostly organic and locally sourced food. We are committed to serving good food and supporting our community. We support our community in 2 major ways. We support the community at large by working with many local farmers, and producers to provide you with fresh, high-quality food. Often you'll find us with our big red wagon at any of the local farmers markets, foraging for food. Often my daughter is with me, my assistant. We also support our community of residents and workers by providing a quick and healthy food in a relaxed and comfortable environment. We have found that we're the go-to spots for parents with young children, business people needing a casual off-site meeting space, and for people who work in town who don't necessarily have the time to sit down to eat a meal for lunch or breakfast. Carmel Bell's non-conforming use counter service provides a service that can't be found anywhere else in town. And I know people would miss having this choice. It has been an option for residents for over 50 years in this space. And in recent weeks, we polled some of our regular customers, and here's what some of them had to say about the possibility of a change in service. This is from a local business owner. I would not appreciate this change as it would add extra time to an already tight lunch schedule. This is from a resident. I would not like it. It would mean many fewer visits. I can get tableside service anywhere. Bell is unique. Here's another one. I prefer counter service. It's a welcome alternative to dining options in the city, and very helpful when on a tight schedule or if I need a quick meeting. Carmel has nothing else like Carmel Bell. As a local business owner, when I'm out of the store, I'm not producing. I like the efficiency of Carmel Bell's system. And this is another one. I often choose to go to Carmel Bell because it is one of the few places to get food in Carmel without sitting formally. I do not hope that they lose their that they go to tableside service. As a Carmel resident, I love that it is a quick option for breakfast and lunch. There's just a brief sampling of some of the polls that we took. I think we got about 40 polls filled out. So as you can see, Carmel Bell and how it currently operates is an asset to the community. I completely respect and honor the codes and ordinances that have been put in place to uphold the overall mission and vision of this city. which is why I look to you for help on this matter. We've reviewed the staff report and are delighted that the staff has made a great effort to provide options to continue our counter service operation. We would really like to continue our non-conforming use counter service operation, and so would our customers. So thank you for listening, and thank you for all of your help. I'd also like to thank everyone here, all of those who made an effort to show their support for their time and energy. We really appreciate it, and we really feel like we're a part of this community. So thank you.
Thank you, Jay, for your comments, and we will reserve 4 minutes for any closing remarks that you may wish to deliver.
Thanks.
We will now open it to any other member of the public to comment on this item, and we ask that you state your name for the record and limit your remarks to 3 minutes.
Yes, good evening. My name is John Plastini. I'm a member of the Dowd family. I manage the property, Dowd Arcade, for the family, have for 24 years. Before it was Carmel-Bell, it was Paulina's. We've had that usage since 1954, close to 60 years. That particular restaurant is an open-air restaurant. You don't find that there. I mean, we don't have a locked door, so the counter service is critical to the way it operates. We have 35 between tenants and employees within the building that use it frequently, that like the convenience of the store. The purpose of expanding it, I met with Mark prior to even discussing this with Chloe and Jay. We have a 75-seat usage. The way they've configured the restaurant, you can squeeze 60 seats in there. The problem with that is that things have changed over the years since 1954. We have wheelchairs, okay, trying to have ADA access to that space. Many times you have families coming in with strollers, sometimes 2 strollers. You don't have the ability to take care of those people. And we have access issues. Quite often when the restaurant does get busy, the line sweeps outside. We have to meet certain fire codes. Expanding the restaurant solves a lot of those problems. It meets the needs of the community. It was never our intention to, what would I say, not conform with the city ordinances. But when Mark brought up the situation that moving into another area would trigger the non-conforming issue, and then the issue of 400 Degrees was brought up as a comparison. And I kind of lose it there because 400 Degrees is a brand new restaurant. We have 75 seats. We're not asking for an expansion of the seats, we're just asking that we utilize the seats that we have under our use plan. And as far as the counter service, already they do a lot of the items that you see up there for a full service restaurant. The only thing they don't do is have the people pay after they eat. They bring the food to the table, okay? They use the utensils, non-disposable. So it's the only issue missing is that third item, and I understand that. I would prefer if I had a choice of the 2 options that were recommended by staff. Number 2 does not seem even feasible to go through coastal commissions and having the city deal with that, not to mention the cost at the time. I would prefer that we be allowed to expand the usage into the other space. Option 1, I would prefer that we keep our usage in the existing space, and I don't know how that works with staff, but we already have that usage, okay? The non-conforming is in the expansion area. So I would say, well, we have counter service for that one area to meet the needs of some of the residents in town and maybe some visitors. And if there's wait service in the to be conforming with the city, I can understand that. It may make it a little complicated. That's why my first suggestion is, if it's any way possible, the council can grant that non-conforming use to spread out into the other space. That would be the best option. So that's about all I have to say. I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Carol, can you make sure the timer is going for the next? Well, if you don't mind using that one, because that's the one that I can see. Please come forward, Eric. Well, it's more important that they can see it, but where it was, I could see it
Which
also.
way do we do it, like this? Is this better?
Oh.
That's fine. Go ahead.
I have to see something. There we go.
Hi, my name is Eric Schlosser. I'm a Carmel resident, and I'm a writer, and one of my books is Fast Food Nation, about the fast food industry. And I understand the rule restricting counter service in Carmel and the desire to keep fast food restaurants and establishments like that out of this town. But Carmel-Belle is the antithesis of a fast food restaurant. Its food is largely locally sourced, it's freshly made, there's nothing frozen there, and it's really interesting as I saw the definition of a full-line restaurant and a full-service restaurant, because so much of it is based on much more superficial attributes like whether you pay at the end or not. Now, I eat in Carmel a lot, and I can tell you at some of the full-service restaurants, they're serving food that is frozen, pre-made, and nowhere near as good as the food at Carmel-Belle. So I think Carmel-Belle is non-conforming, and it is unique, and that's why I hope the City Council will find a way to let it expand in its current state. I travel a fair amount for my work, and I find that there are wonderful and unique counter service restaurants throughout the world. In Italy, many cafes, some of the finest cafes like Tazzaduro in Rome are counter service. In New York City, gourmet food establishments like Dina De Luca, which are now in Napa, are counter service. And in England, there's been a real trend in the last 20 years for gastro pubs, which are counter service. So I think, I understand the difficulty of the code as it's written, but in reality, what's being done at Carmel-Belle, I think, is superior to many of the full-line restaurants in town. And I hope that this unique place is allowed to expand. So, thank you.
Thank you, Eric, for your comments. Would anyone else like to address the council on this item?
Well, I love Carmel-Belle, and Monty would eat there every day if he had his Tuscan bean soup. It's a delightful place to eat, and your decision is a difficult one because it conflicts with our existing guidelines. I attended the meeting last month, and it was a very lengthy meeting, almost as long as some of yours, and they went into great detail, and it's all in the report, so I have no comments to make about the report. But at this point, I think that the planning commissioners worked really hard, and the staff did a wonderful job on the report. They discussed it, and at this point, I would like to see you uphold the Planning Commission's decision and deny the appeal because of the guidelines that we have now and the inconsistencies involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Roberta. Would anyone else like to offer your favorite food at Carmel-Belle?
Hi. Thank you for letting me speak here today. My name is Marie Johnston. I was born and raised in Carmel. I have known that Paolina space in the Dowd Arcade for most of my life. We had Brownie Troop meetings there. Maria Alioto was, the daughter, ran it the second time. She was in my Brownie Troop. I know that space well. And the intention of it at the time was very well described by Mr. Dowd. And for many years, that space didn't, this is not what I prepared, by the way. I just want you to know that. That space did not have the life that it has now, as I'm sure you can attest to that Chloe and Jay have brought something to this town that we really need. They have brought a place that creates multi-generational community. That is really lacking here. Carmel used to be a town that had a grocery store right there on Ocean Avenue, Kips, I think it was called. There was a place for everyone who lived here. It served the community. Carmel does not serve the community. The community is small, it's shrunk. What is it? 40% of the people, of the homes are actually, there's residents who actually live there. I live there. I live in the house I grew up in on San Carlos. It is absolutely the greatest blessing to this town that we have Carmel-Belle in exactly the format that it is, because, as people have pointed out, it's the ease of being able to eat and to be able to go for half an hour. You know, many people who work here, that's the only break they have is 30 minutes. That's not enough to go to a sit-down restaurant. What have you got, 160 sit-down restaurants in Carmel? 160, that's what Yelp says. Do you really need another one? I don't think so. So, and I know that many of you eat there. I've seen you there. So, I kind of agree that option one, if that's the best that you can do, I think that that's a good place to start. And I will say that if it is not approved, it will change the very nature of what Belle is. And as a former restaurant owner myself, I've had two, not in Carmel, I will say that it will damage their business tremendously. And I know that you're not supposed to care about that, but you do want to care about community. And you do want to care about the locals and the residents. So for us, who live here, who love this place, and who support Jay and Chloe completely, could you please find a way to continue with the service as it is at Carmel-Belle, because we love Carmel-Belle just the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. While I appreciate the enthusiasm, we do have a general request that that you express your views at the microphone. It's something that we have to institute in order to run a fair meeting where we don't where we create an atmosphere where anyone's views are welcome to be heard. Thank you.
My name is Bud Smith. I will be brief. I'm an almost lifelong resident of Carmel. I'm a proud member of the Sunset School class of 1961. I don't work in Carmel, so I don't have time issues at lunchtimes, but we do have people who visit us from out of town. And often with visitors, there are time constraints. And because of Carmel-Belle, we are able to take them up to breakfast in town. I think that the counter service aspect of Carmel-Belle is a very important aspect of the business, and without it, we would have to cook breakfast for them ourselves.
Okay. Actually, Barbara, I'm just, well,
yeah.
Okay.
What? Did you say something to me?
Go ahead. There's someone else coming to the microphone, but at this point, please
hi.
Go ahead.
Barbara Livingston speaking. Oh, if it was only possible to make law based on popularity of people or their business or the freshness of their food or the desirability of that business for Carmel. But we don't do that. We make law based on what is best for Carmel. And we have a law on the books that protects our village from fast food. Now, what if this business were not Carmel-Belle? What if it were not this fresh, wonderful food? What if it was some junky old place that wanted to expand? Would you then be inclined to listen? Would anybody actually be here? I doubt it. To advocate for the change in the law. So it's not that simple. Popularity of a business and the personnel and the business owners is not the issue. The issue is, what is it you want to do to protect our village? Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara, for your comments. Please.
I knew I'd get up here eventually. My name is Michael Albub. I've lived on the Monterey Peninsula all my life. I own a full-line restaurant in town. I'm not here to promote it, though, and I'm a customer of Carmel-Belle, and I represent the landlord here, too. But, you know, the problem we have here is that we're trying to categorize this restaurant, and we know what we don't want. We don't want the fast food model. We don't want things that run afoul of the law. But there actually is a restaurant that falls between full-line restaurant and the one that staff mentioned before, and that is a limited service restaurant. And I think what we've been doing is categorizing this the wrong way. Because for all the years that Carmel-Belle and Paolina's has been here, it has always been a deli kind of a restaurant. And that's really what it is. It's more of a deli kind of an operation. And if you view it as a limited service restaurant, then you can do exactly what they've been doing. And I think the real problem is that in an effort to cubbyhole this, we've kind of gotten it into a full-line restaurant. I have a full-line restaurant. This is not that. This is more like the Paolinas of old. And I don't think we have to be afraid of doing anything that runs afoul of the law, with all respect to Mrs. Livingston, because really what we're doing is recognizing this restaurant for what it is, which is a limited service restaurant. That's how it's always been operated. I don't know how it ever fell into the full-line restaurant category, but I think that was an error, and I think the council has an ability to both be consistent with the law and apply the law to this restaurant and recognize that it is something that is legal to continue and even expand, because it's not changing anything that it hasn't already been for the last 50 or 60 years. So I think you're on safe ground, and you have the ability to make that decision in what I understand is a de novo hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael, for your comments.
Good evening. My name is Chris Campbell, and I not only live in Carmel but work in Carmel, and I'm a frequent customer patron of Carmel Bell. But I think what Mike Alboff said is really what you should focus on. I don't think that this is a question of keeping fast food out of Carmel, and I don't think that's really the nexus of what the ordinance was after in terms of expanded use and non-conforming. This really does fall between the cracks. This is not, you can't just go by whether it's disposable plates or glasses or utensils. This is something that is one of the gems of the city. It serves residents, it's a draw for people from out of town, and you do have the power to make this happen. And I think it really comes down to characterizing it accurately. It's a creature with aspects of both, falls right in the middle, and I think you really do have the power without pushing this to a zoning amendment to make this happen. And I think that should be your focus, is how to make it work. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris, for your comments. Would anyone else like to address the council on this item, please?
Good evening. My name is Megan Terry, and I'm a resident. Long time. I grew up here. I was a patron of Paolini's when it was serving pizza, and I'm a patron of Jay and Chloe's. And I own a business here myself, and I'd like to speak to the fact that when I decided to move my business, I've written you all a letter, but I'm going to just say a few words about it. When I decided to move my business, I wanted to move it to a location that was not conducive to my kind of business. And Sandy Swain sat and talked to me and asked me questions when I came here to ask for that variance. And then everybody just voted yes. And so my shop is where it is. And we've been in business for 7 years. And I'm not 70 years old. And I think that happened because young people are not a common thing here in business, and we want to encourage that. So my hope is that you will find a way to encourage them to reach their dreams, because they're doing such a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Would anyone else like to address the council? John.
People in the past, actually even today, have asked, why don't you already run for city council? And I have said, no, I really don't want to be up there. And tonight, I'm really glad that I'm, because this is a very difficult decision for you. This is multifaceted. You have a situation where a lot of the city codes, especially pertaining to planning, were designed over the years to, shall we say, avoid having certain things happen in Carmel in order to maintain its community character, keeping out McDonald's, for instance, and so on. So a lot of the city code is based on doing just that. It does a very good job of that. Unfortunately, as part of that situation, the way things are written tends to try to have very rigid descriptions of what a business is, and basically trying to shove square pegs into round holes, saying, these are your possible categories. Oh, you don't fit into that category? Well, we're going to want to change your business so it can fit into this category that we have, rather than, oh, let's have another category, or let's modify the category, which can be done without going all the way to the Coastal Commission. And a case in point would be wine tasting rooms. When wine tasting rooms came in originally, they were categorized the same as liquor stores. Well, totally different business operation. And they were having a lot of trouble getting permitted until the city realized, oh, wait a minute, that they aren't liquor stores. They don't, a winery has maybe 3, 4, half a dozen types of wine. They don't have 250. They need to operate differently, and you allow them to operate differently. This is the same kind of situation. Things change over the years. Operations change. It's not just the popularity of Carmel-Bell, but one of the reasons for the popularity is that they have addressed what things that are needed in the community. And Carmel's laws have not kept up. You know, business is not run the same today as it was 50, 70, 100 years ago. And there needs to be flexibility, whether it's in the code or it's the interpretation of the code. The last part is that the technicality of expansion of use. They have a use permit for 75 seats. They cannot physically put 75 seats in their space. Over the years, that space has kind of gotten flexible. Where the little half walls are didn't always exist. They are not asking to expand beyond 75. They're just asking, can we spread the 75 around so that people in wheelchairs, people with strollers, part of it has dogs, can get in.
Thank you, John, for your comments. If you can, please wrap up, or
that's. I'm asking for flexibility. I try to keep it 3 minutes. I can close.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to address the council on this item? Seeing none, I will ask Jay or Chloe whether they want to use any more of their time. No. Okay. We will then close the public comment period, bring it back to the council. And I think John Sapp's right. This is not. This is tough.
Don cannot answer questions for us.
Yeah, I'd like to.
Well, we can ask
a legal question of him.
We can ask Mark, and we can ask staff, and if we can't get the right answer, then we can talk about how to go about getting the right answer.
Okay.
Steve.
This question for Mark. Maintenance, a variance was mentioned. Is that appropriate in this case?
Rob's going to answer that, and I'm going to grab it too.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. A variance is not allowed for a variance in use. It's only allowed for physical limitations.
But maybe you were meant to ask about a special use permit, which was also raised. Is that what you were thinking?
Well, we got a use permit for 75. It's the area where that 75 has to fit in.
But someone mentioned another tool. I thought that's what you might be referring to.
We're getting the municipal code, so I can speak to that specific one. Actually, Mark's on his way, Daryl. Thank you. So a variance does not apply to varying the use. It's only just something physical.
Okay.
But the expanded space is physical.
That's right.
So why wouldn't a variance apply to that?
There also has to be a hardship.
Well, we're
Okay.
talking about a use. This is a use permit.
Okay.
It's for an expansion of a use.
Okay.
The fact that it's moving into the space is part of the equation, but it doesn't get away from the use question.
So that could, do we have the equipment now to address this other thing that maybe I'm not well versed enough on, but is there a use type version of a variance? Is that what a special use permit might be used as?
Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Beach, that's the one thing that Mark noted in the staff report that I wanted to look into, because there was a mentioning of a use permit for an expansion of a non-conforming use. And Mark, do you remember where exactly that was in the code?
Yeah,
17.14. So the commercial zoning district? Let me take a crack at it. 17.14 what?
Conditional use permit, is that what we're calling
I
it?
think he's referring to 17-.14.040 additional use regulations. In fairness to the council, I haven't had a chance to really look into this, so
Do you want to take 5 minutes and?
I think that would be probably appropriate.
Okay, why don't we?
Can I add to his homework, though, if he's going to go away? So besides
We
looking
can
at...
ask Rob whether you can add to his homework, but...
Since you're taking a break, the other question I had that might require homework is what another gentleman suggested, which is that, and I was sitting here looking up the code while we were talking, we do have specialty restaurants and full-line restaurants, but something called limited something or other was mentioned. We don't have that.
Correct.
That I wanted to confirm that we do not have that use. But is that is changing, or in the wine tasting room example was brought up, is adding a use, does that trigger the whole multi-layer process of going to the Coastal Commission, et cetera? So that's another maybe homework, or maybe you already know.
That I know. The use permit is within our jurisdiction as part of our municipal code. So what I suspect, but I'll confirm when I look into this in the 5-minute recess, is that the section that we're talking about, this 17.14.040, is for new uses. It's not for an existing nonconformity. Nonconformities have their own specialized circumstances that are set forth in the code, and that is what we should be looking towards for the analysis of this project. But I will look into the other section of the code in the commercial zoning and see if there's a fit. But my supposition at this point is that is specific to new uses.
Well, what I guess I'm not sure I'm following what you're saying right now, because my question might not have been phrased well enough. But what I'm saying is, there's a number of options that are in the report, et cetera, that trigger what we've already announced is a very cumbersome process.
Correct.
Are there procedural techniques available to the council that would not trigger that same process? For instance, and this is just a conjecture, something that the gentleman over there mentioned, which is a new use classification. Are we allowed to add a use classification to our regs without, and then have, so there's not about conformity or nonconformity, but that sets up new guidelines for that one particular use, and maybe there's only 1 or 2 or 3 things that fall into that category at the moment. Does that trigger the whole thing? I mean, this is the part that I always need help with.
This is very complicated portion of zoning, but there is, if you're changing the municipal code, that does require the whole process of bringing it before the Planning Commission, City Council, ultimately the Coastal Commission. If we are clarifying components of the municipal code through guidelines, things of that nature, that is not something that triggers that same requirement.
Okay, clarifying. We want to clarify.
So the guidelines could actually be at a planning commission level, and that's what we've done. I don't have as much history here as many of you do. Obviously, all of you do, as a matter of fact, but it is something that's been done. And then the other thing that we have within our staff level, or even within the commission level, is a determination, is a interpretation of the municipal code, that if something is unclear, we can clarify, and we're actually supposed to document that. This has been an interpretation of our municipal code, so that when similar projects come forward, they abide by that same interpretation. So we have that avenue in there as well, and I think that's where staff was going with the alternative that had looking at the expanded areas conforming to the current regulations while not requiring the entirety of the operation to conform. So that is an interpretation, because that's not explicit in our municipal code.
Could we then clarify a specialty restaurant? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I think because the municipal code has very specific criteria for what defines a specialty restaurant, that really would be a change in the municipal code. Where it would go to guidelines is where something is unclear or ambiguous. And in this case, I think it's very clear what's a specialty restaurant and what's a full-line restaurant. And granted, the operation of Carmel-Bell is somewhere in between, and that's why they are a non-conforming use.
So before we take a 5-minute recess, I do have one question, but I want to make sure that we have all other questions answered.
I just want to mention that we're not talking about we're not talking about stopping counter service. That's going to be there. It's only the point of payment. So, we can try to get all around that, by doing all these complicated things with the code, or we can just say, got to live with it. It's not the end of the world, and 400 degrees, that's what they do. They pay at the end. But anyway, you want to take a 5 minutes?
Well, let me ask for a procedural way of getting to where I think the council wants to go, and then which is. At least my view is that, I think Eric Schlosser phrased it the best, is that the current definition prohibiting fast food is a superficial definition, and that Carmel-Bell is clearly not fast food, and it's a definitional problem that we're facing, and that maybe a better definition would recognize what we actually mean by the substance of non-fast food, which is to say locally sourced, freshly made, not frozen, all the things that Carmel-Bell is, and I believe the community wants to see. In fact, as John Sapp noted, it's not about the popularity of Carmel-Bell, it's that they've addressed a need that the community has. So my procedural question is, can we take appropriate action tonight and ask staff to come back with suggested modifications to the definitions of restaurants, possibly adding a definition that's in between specialty and full-line restaurant and a full-line restaurant. And then the question is, are there legal options for addressing the intervening period of time? I wouldn't want to create a hardship for a business that we want to see in town while we work through the Planning Commission, City Council, and Coastal Commission. So the question is there a procedural mechanism for bridging really that timing issue that could be, I suppose, up to a full year, which would be an eternity from the perspective of, I think, a number of the people in this room. If there aren't further questions, then why don't we take a 5-minute break?
From my point of view, I think it'd be good for the council to hear from Jay what the challenges would be for having some counter service in part of the restaurant, and in the expanded areas, table service. How he would handle that.
if it's okay, can we take that up after we come back from our break? Because I want to at least understand what our legal options are before we explore, in essence, relative hardship of different options. So it is currently 7:35. We'll take a 5-minute break to give Rob and Mark a chance to review the code, and we'll reconvene. Thanks.
Go to the counter and buy their food. But they have to pay for it to go out. Pretty deal. I can't hear anybody because I don't hear me.
I like it.
Have some for your drink. Have some water.
I want potato chips.
Jason, can I ask you something? Why am I seeing, okay, I'm going to go to the code, as I will, and it's restaurant under this section, but I don't know where I am right here.
You're allowed in now.
None of which say the part about, I mean, I've read, kind of skimmed through this a lot of times. And then it says there's another place where there's a definition. So this appears to be a definition of a full-line restaurant, and it's not that one. This is, I just, search for restaurants.
What's that, 17? That's 17 is scroll up a little bit? Or,
Yeah, that is way
17, 14, yeah. That's the same section.
When I search for a restaurant,
Yeah, I go back to restaurant for and sale, substantial. Yeah, that's the same code back there.
that's his additional requirements found. So what they're referring to there, that above code is from someplace else. Now, it doesn't really matter where it's from, it's in the code, but that looks like two different kind of lists of things.
I can ask
Well, I just wonder, this is just extra information. It says additional requirements. It's just additional.
Oh, so these are the
These are the additional requirements. But I was just wondering if we ever found an inconsistency, that would also help us if we're trying to resolve it.
Yeah, I don't think
They
so.
think they've searched, they know.
I do that all the time.
I know, it's nice to use that. All right.
Sometimes it's a lot easier to text.
I know, I do it all the time.
Yeah, because you don't hear anything, you just get it when you can. All rise, here comes the mayor.
I like how this definition says it's to patrons of all ages. That is so hilarious. Like certain restaurants do not have patrons of all ages. This Full Line does.
We will have to ask our kids to pay next time.
So that's a Sunday.
I just found it here. find out that you have to, it's patrons of all ages. Long certain ages. That's pretty hilarious.
Okay. We will reconvene. Mark and Rob have had an opportunity to research the particular question. And in addition, I think that we have I have a possible path forward that I would like to put on the table. But let's first turn it to Rob for a question, for an answer to the particular question about the use permit variance.
Not a variance. Thank you.
Or, I'm sorry, the previous question.
No, the question was, there's some language in the code with respect to commercial zoning. It's in section 1714.040B. And it talks about certain ancillary uses to a primary use where the percentages can be adjusted upward. So we're talking a secondary use, not a primary use. In this case, it's not like a coffee shop that wants to do more than 10%. That would be where that section of code would apply. What we're talking about with Carmel-Bell is a primary use. So it's not, that section of the code is not pertinent. So that doesn't give us an avenue, which is probably why it wasn't in the written staff report, it just came up in the oral staff report. So that doesn't provide an avenue to address Carmel-Bell's needs. But I did want to mention that there are, related to ADA, there are reasonable accommodations that even include some adjustments to zoning that you can make, and I think that may be just part of the thought process that the council has here. It is an unusual situation where it's very tight in there. They are permitted for 75 seats. They're looking to not increase the number of seats, but to expand into other areas, and tying that to ADA compliance and ADA accommodations does provide the council with some flexibility. So I think those are the main 2 points that I needed to share with you after the short recess.
Thank you, Robin. And let me put on the table a possible path forward, which builds upon that. So the reason that we have the rules with respect to non-conforming uses is the objective that we bring all uses eventually into compliance or conformity. Recognizing that this has been a non-conforming use for some time. It's been in existence for almost 60 years. I don't know how long it's been a non-conforming use, but some period of time. That I think that it would be reasonable to say that that special condition 3, in light of the fact that the part of the reason to have a larger area is to address the demands of customers, including ADA compliance, to provide that sort of flow for individuals with that fall under the ADA rules, that it would be reasonable accommodation, if that's the right term, to say that condition 3 would need to be met within a 24-month period, and then during that period we would ask staff to go work through the Planning Commission and the Council to develop a possible definition of a restaurant in between the specialty restaurant and the full-line restaurant. In talking with staff, it's my understanding that a 24-month period would provide time, if the decision-making bodies want it, for that new definition to go into effect. So I think that does two things. It is consistent with our existing code and a reasonable interpretation of our existing code, taking into account the circumstances here and the reasons, some of the reasons for that expansion. And it recognizes, as several people said, that this is really something that the community is asking for more broadly, and we in fact have seen this in other instances. So that's a proposal I'd like to put on the table for consideration.
May I have a comment?
Yeah, go.
I like the proposal a lot. But it is sort of a Band-Aid proposal in that and this is not to condemn it in any way. I plan on supporting it if that's what we have. But I think what was said by many, I mean, it was very eloquent support of this establishment, and I don't agree that it's about popularity, actually. I believe that what's happened with this establishment is it is meeting a quality concern, and this is what I guess Eric Schlosser brought up, that we as a council have almost an unwritten, it's certainly been much discussed agenda, and not just as a council but as a city, to take advantage of our what they call in economics a comparative advantage as an ecosystem here. We have food as our comparative advantage in this part of the world, just like Saudi Arabia has oil. So we need to figure out a way for our regs to help us achieve and leverage our comparative advantage. And I think that what we have done is we all, I think probably everyone in the room, including the people that spoke against this, agree that we want quality, high quality food and high quality experience. And if our regs were trying to do that through the back door by equating high quality with pain at a certain time in the procedure, we now know that's not true because we have an example of a restaurant that has the highest quality of food, or in the highest quality of food, and doesn't do that. So there's something wrong with the way that our regulations are based. And I would like, as we do this 24-month procedure, to look into innovative ways to structure our code, as Mr. Sapp said, to achieve not what we don't want, but to get what we do want. And I don't know if that has to do with, the locally sourced organic piece or anything else, but
if I could suggest, and I don't want to cut you off, but we have a long agenda still to go through. The details of whatever ordinance may come forward is, it's probably helpful to signal the general direction, which I think you've done, and I agree with what you've said, but the details of that we don't need to work out tonight. What we need to work out tonight is the particular appeal before us, and I'll turn it into a motion that we approve the permit as reviewed by the Planning Commission with the 4 special conditions, adding that condition 3 must be met within a 24-month period.
I'll second.
Okay. And and then we can make a separate motion with respect to
the findings of the ADA.
Don's going to help us.
Procedurally, I want you to include just procedurally the ADA compliant.
Okay.
I was going to say.
Okay.
Because it's a reasonable accommodation to meet ADA based upon public comment. There was a comment dealing with wheelchair access.
Okay. If I were our city attorney, I would tell that gentleman to...
the 500 feet.
Yeah. Sorry. So I will amend the motion to note that the reason for doing this is a reasonable accommodation in light of the fact that the current use allows for 75 seats, but the reason that those seats are not used today is because of ADA reasons, and that it's our understanding based on public comment that this establishment is working to come to be fully ADA compliant, and that it does serve a wide range of customers that would...
Of all ages.
Of all ages, thank you. So in light of that, the council finds it, the motion is that the council finds it reasonable to allow a 2-year period for the applicant to come into compliance with condition 3. So it's a revised motion.
I will also second that motion.
Okay. We have a motion and a second on the table. Any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I don't see any connection with paying at the counter and ADA compliance. So I don't think that this motion is very straightforward, and I think we ought to take a real good look at it. And we have nobody in here or anywhere else has said that we really need a new third definition, and we want to spend all of the money and time going all the way through the Planning Commission, City Council, and the Coastal Commission. And so I think that this is, we're trying to do a workaround just so they don't have to pass out tags and put a cash register on the exit. And I think this is bad public policy. It's too focused on one small little incident, no cash register on an exit at Carmel-Bell. Bad public policy.
Carrie, any comment on the motion?
So what we're trying to do here is allow them a 24-month period where they can continue with the way they do business so that it gives them time to expand and comply under ADA, right?
That's right. The notion is that they would be allowed to expand, they would be allowed to continue their current business model for up to a 24-month period. The reason to not allow a longer period is that ultimately the code's objective is to bring everyone into conformity. We note that this would continue to be a non-conforming use for that period of time, but at the end of the period of time, they would be brought into conformity in one of two ways. Either at that point they would meet the condition, which is all customers shall pay for their meals after eating except for takeout service, or by that point the city would have added an additional definition that they could apply to be recharacterized under that new definition.
Or I would imagine, just as a friendly clarification, maybe to address Steve's point, it may not, and to your point to me earlier, it may not be through another definition, it may be through some other procedural thing that happens in 24 months, right? I mean, we don't know yet what that looks like. I thought you said earlier.
That's fair. Basically, okay. I think that by doing this, the City Council would be recognizing that our code, as several commenters noted, that it may not be reflecting the realities of the world today, including the food world. Right. That there are increasingly a large number of very high quality eating establishments that serve in this fashion, and that we may be unintentionally discouraging them. It's not only Carmel-Bell, it's in recognition that this appears to be a growing trend, and a trend that would be in the community's interest to avail itself to.
So what we're really doing, Steve, is we're trying to update and take a look at what our code says when it comes to restaurants. It's not specifically for Carmel-Bell. I think it's an overall look at the definition of our restaurants and our food service. I think that's the difference here. So I would call for a vote.
Okay. Well, just procedurally, if there's a call for the question, then we can.
You learned that in Sacramento.
I did.
Yeah. just procedurally, we have to ask whether we want that vote. Do we want roll call in terms of whether we want to call for the question?
If Gary calls the question, doesn't that trump everything?
No.
No, it doesn't.
It then becomes a question of the body whether we want further deliberations or whether we want to call for that question under Robert's Rules of Order. So, roll call, please.
Councilmember Beach?
Yes.
Councilmember Hilliard?
No.
Councilmember Theis?
Theis.
Theis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Talmadge is not here. Mayor Burnett?
No. I'd like to give Steve a chance to state his comments.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. So now we've come to the conclusion that we might want to change the code to define another type of restaurant. But I go back to what I said about this 24-month period. It does. We're talking about ADA, and paying at the counter doesn't have anything to do with AA, and so it's a farce. So yeah, I think we should do something. But for 24 months, they can go put a cash register out there at the exit, rather than we getting ourselves all lined up and in trouble, with I don't know who, but somebody might with a pine cone.
Well, let's.
Well, we don't make. We make policy for the community.
Well, I understand that what we've been told, Steve, though, is that according to our code, we have discretion on the ADA piece of it, and that is hard to maneuver in that restaurant. The ADA piece of it basically grants us flexibility. There are often spots in regulations where councils have discretion, and this is one.
But it doesn't have, the discretion has to be somewhat connected to the ADA policy. Okay? And so the discretion we're allowing, or we're accepting or exercising, doesn't have anything to do with the ADA policy.
I think that in this case, the discretion is precisely to allow a somewhat larger area to be served that would allow more maneuverability for all patrons, including those with disability. So I think the nexus is, in fact, quite close. If we didn't do this, then the possibility is that they would just keep within their existing footprint and continue to perpetuate a situation that does have ADA consideration. So in light of that, I do believe that there is a reasonable nexus as articulated in the motion. Okay, any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Beach?
Yes.
Councilmember Hilliard?
No.
Councilmember Theis?
Yes.
Mayor Burnett?
Yes.
For the record, the vote carries 3-1-1, noting that 3 votes yes, 1 vote absentee, Mr. Talmadge, and 1 vote no, Mr. Hilliard. Also noting for the record that the council, the city attorney is not present for this discussion.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for everyone who came this evening, and thank you, Rob and Mark, for helping us through this. We'll now turn to, this is a fascinating discussion coming up. I don't know why everyone's leaving. This is a chance to talk about solid waste and...
We love talking about this.
Dice is nice. I keep saying the age.
Don't say the age. It's all right.
The H is in there? It's Tice?
The H is silent.
Yes.
Okay, we're turning to item D, which is consideration of a resolution approving solid waste recycling hauler rate increase. This item was distributed under a separate cover. I believe that the council has that, and the public should also have access to that. And I'll turn it to Sharon for staff report.
Mayor Burnett, members of council, good evening. I just have a quick presentation, and then we'll enter into a discussion on this item. The current franchise agreement between the city and Carmel Marina Corporation, also known as Waste Management, provides for the exclusive agreement for Waste Management to collect, haul, recycle, and dispose of garbage, recycled materials, yard waste, ashes, refuse, and rubbish within the city limits. Per Section 6 of the franchise agreement from 2003, the hauler is allowed to request a pass-through of the dump fee, and I'd like to note this is a mandatory provision, the dump fee being the cost of dumping materials at the landfill, or a tipping fee. And then the hauler is also allowed to request an increase in the collection rate through a cost of living adjustment. And this is the discretionary aspect of the equation. Just to provide a little bit of context for the disposal fee pass-through, the Monterey Regional Waste Management District did approve an increase in the basic rate for the disposal fees. They passed that in June of 2013, and that rate becomes effective on January 1st, 2014. Just again, a little more context. Part of the reason for that rate increase is that refuge tonnage at the landfill is actually decreasing by 36% due to the economy, and also due to successful recycling efforts. So a little bit of a mixed blessing. This is related to a loss of $4 million annually in revenue to the landfill in the district, to which the city is a member. The district has been embarking on various operational changes to reduce the cost, including reduced hours at the landfill, as noted there, new site reduction hours that just went into effect this week, and with that, and even with those operational decisions, the tipping fee still needed to increase to the new rate of $51.75 per ton. And I would like to point out that based on information provided by the district, in comparison, that's still one of the lowest rates in the region. So what you have before you is Waste Management has looked at that rate increase of 7.25%. There is actually a formula included in the franchise agreement. It's a little complicated related to the dump fee compared to the total revenue less waste wheeler rental, which is zero at this point in time, via 1.11 franchise fee. Waste Management did a calculation and requested 1.15%. Staff also did a similar calculation based on the financial statement provided by Waste Management, and just came up with a difference in our methodology. We excluded the cost of goods sold. Staff didn't believe that was a true dump fee or disposal cost. It was another operational cost of business. So our calculation is 1.03% for the disposal fee. The secondary piece, the discretionary piece, is a cost of living adjustment. You do have some spreadsheets in your packet that I'm happy to answer questions about. Waste Management did come up with a request of 1.69%. Again, staff, based on a very on the formula based in the franchise agreement, came up with 1.5%. If you add those two sums together, you do get 2.5, or actually 2.53%. So I apologize for the rounding error there, which does equate to a couple extra cents on the bill. So your options today to allow, staff would suggest allowing for the 1.03% disposal pass-through. Again, this is a mandatory component to the franchise agreement. The cost of living adjustment, you do have several options to include the 1.5 or the 1.53% to figure out a percentage of 0 to up to that 1.5, or even the 1.69% that Waste Management put forward, or of course not approve any rate adjustment for the COLA piece. And staff would like to note that although Waste Management did request that these rates go into effect on January 1st, the language in the franchise agreement does require a 60-day notice period. So if your council does take action today, that would actually add a few more days to the clock, and so we would request that the rates don't go into effect until January 5th, I believe, or January 6th of 2014. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions or walk through any calculations. We do have representation from Waste Management here as well to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Sharon, for that report, and thank you for double-checking the math. Any questions for Sharon?
Sharon, the basis of the COLA is the cost of living in the San Francisco?
Correct. It's Mayor Talmadge, it's the cost of living of the San Francisco, Oakland Bay area, but then the contract does specify that it's actually 3/4% of the CPI for the last 12 months.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions for Sharon? have a question. The request that Victoria made last council meeting and was that there be a mock-up of a sticker that would go on the cans, and there has been a mock-up provided, I believe, both in the staff report and at the dais. Can you let us know what the next steps are and when we might be seeing this on the cans?
Mayor Burnett, members of council, we do have, as the mayor indicated, the proposed language that was both in your packet and a revised version before you that included a contact number for customer service. Always important to give people a number to call. The proposal that you do have is a black and white version. We do have a possibility of adding a color band to the side that would increase the cost a little bit, but also give it a little extra visual appeal. What we are looking forward tonight is if there is any suggested changes to the language. If council is comfortable with that, I would work with Waste Management to place the sticker up likely on one out of the 3 containers that a resident household has. We could also put it on all 3 cans, the garbage, the recycle, and the yard waste, although we do feel one would be sufficient, and actually work on implementing that. It can either be mailed out to the residents in their bill, and the resident can put it on the can, or the drivers, when they're actually providing their backyard service, can take a little extra time and put a sticker on the can. We would suggest putting it on the lid of the can. So at this point, just waiting for any comments, and then should be able to execute this fairly quickly in the field with Waste Management's help.
And I thank you for that. Sure. The specific question was when? And if we were to ask Waste Management to do it, which seems to me the straightforward way to do it, maybe I should ask them when they would be able to have that done if we approve the design tonight.
It's my understanding, but of course, Waste Management can confirm that maybe a couple weeks to print up the seal and actually start deploying it into the residential household.
But certainly before the 60-day period.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Victoria.
I just as an aside, I was at the middle school the other day, the Carmel Middle School, and I saw on the flap of the trash cans, "goes to landfill." That's all it said, or in fact, I think it just said landfill. So when you push the flap of the trash can and you put your trash in the thing, you know that it's going to the landfill. Brilliant, simple, big. This seems like a little bit of an essay. So I'm just wondering if anyone's going to read it. When I read landfill loud and clear, one word. It just seems, it seems like if we could take out half the words, and I'm not going to do it tonight, I know we're famous for wordsmithing, and then the message, I think, should include something like, you are paying for this to be put in your backyard, or we are as a city. This is something, and that's a question, by the way, that I've asked for clarification on many times is, what are we paying? What is our rate of compliance? Is it worth it? That kind of analysis. I don't think we've gotten there quite yet, because every Monday, I think to myself, what is the report card going to say? Every Monday of the council meeting, what is the report card going to say about how we're doing on backyard service this time, as I drive down a street that is literally lined like a colonnade with green bins, okay? And I see that we have on number 1 yes, we are in total compliance with backyard service. And I said this last time, we keep saying it. So this was the comment I wanted to make at the beginning. The sticker should help us solve this problem. I don't think it's catchy enough. It's not catchy. I have a fear that we're going to pay for this, put it on the thing, and I'm going to drive through the Colonnade next Monday or the one 3 months from now. On a related point, this very lovely handout about this full color, recycle, etc. I thought that when we asked for a sticker last time, or maybe I was the only one asking for it, it was stickers plural. Something to get, it's something like the landfill note, but that goes on, and maybe borrow the middle school, landfill goes on the lid of the garbage one. On the lid of the other one goes something like this, but this is way too complex. It's because, in, again, white writing on a clear thing, just like tin cans, well, just the list. This is what goes in this bin. This stuff goes to the landfill, and you're paying for this. And oh, by the way, this should be plural then if you're only going to put it on one cart. Not use of this cart entitles you, but all your carts, every cart that you have. You don't only want to put this on one cart, that's fine. Pick the one that everyone has, but it has to be, every cart you have is going to go in and out because you're paying for it. And so we really have to think about it as a public, as an information campaign that has to be catchy, catch your attention, big, very few words. And I really don't want to see a yes on compliant with next time unless I can drive and see no green cans, or just the ones that have elected, which I sincerely doubt is everybody elected to bypass this service. So that's, I don't know how that relates to the COLA thing, but it does tweak me a little bit to be giving, to have this conversation over and over again and still be having to, but maybe it's unrelated. So
well, some of it is discretionary, and we could use that discretion to ask for Waste Management to do what we have previously asked for. Ken.
Representative.
I'd have to make two comments. One is I'd put it on every cart. If it can be misunderstood, it will be misunderstood. So people will think, well, one cart they're going to pick up, the other two they're not. So I put it on every cart. Secondly, I know from my own business experience recently, double check whatever the glue is that's used, because I've had a situation recently where it looks like it's staying on just fine, and a week later they fall off. So the adhesive is very important.
But I should say thank you.
Any other high-level policy points from the council?
I want to say thank you for mocking this up. I should have said that first. This is truly this gets the ball rolling to actually see something in front of us, and I don't care if it happens next month or the month after that. If I want to get it right as a group here, and so I'm glad that there's something for us to discuss. So thank you for bringing it.
Other questions for Sharon? Go ahead.
I'm sorry I wasn't here last time. Is this also a sticker that would go on the trash can, or is it mainly information that's going to be distributed?
Councilmember Tice, thank you for the opportunity to clarify on that too. This is a current information that Waste Management provides to the residents with their packet. We have the possibility of also making that into a sticker and putting it on the cans. Speaking with Waste Management, they did say some customers like to put it on the refrigerator instead or elsewhere, but we have the option of also putting that as a sticker onto the recycle can.
Well, I have to say I like this because I think it's clear. It defines what you're looking for. So I like this. I understand what Victoria's saying about this, but I appreciate this one, and it helped clear some things up for me. I didn't know about tin cans, okay? So I think that sticker is very good.
If there aren't any further questions, let me open it first to Joe to see if you have any further comments that you would like to provide from Waste Management's point of view, and then I'll open it to the public.
Thank you, Council. Joe Catalogo with Waste Management. In regards to the stickers, first I'll start with the backyard service mock-up. We've used this in other areas in sorts of using the customer service number, but also defining what the backyard service is, and that we use the word entitles because they do pay for it. And so that's what we use in other areas. We can certainly change it to make it more simple, make it more, maybe just 1 or 2 sentences. But we can change this. In other areas we've had a blue border for the recycling carts, a black border for the trash, and a green for the yard waste. So that's something we can do. We can definitely change that, and that's not this is just a base mock-up. So that's something we can definitely change. The recycle stickers. That piece there is informational. It's kind of a blown up piece. This is this actual sticker that we use on bins and carts. It does stick to the carts, and it's more laminated.
I'm passing it. Thank you.
So it's a smaller version of what that is, but it's a little more concise, and we use that in different. And so it's more uniform too, because we do use it on the commercial bins as well as the residential bins. So it's a more concise, and it tells you what you can put in there, what you can't put in there. And what we found, what works successfully in most areas is that if the customer looks at that and they can't determine, that should cover just about everything. And if it can't, then it goes into the trash. Because it lists all the hazardous waste, electronic waste, which can't go into recycling. Okay. And then another point with the backyard service, all the trucks now have been outfitted with. I mentioned at this one of the last 2 council meetings. All the trucks now have been outfitted with an onboard computing system. These are Samsung tablets. All the drivers now have been trained on them, and we've rolled it out. So the drivers will be able to look at their tablet, and if in a future agreement, if the customer if there's an opt-out option, it'll be notified on their log here. This customer has an opt-out, doesn't want the service, and they'll see it here. They just keep going, or they'll see the cans out because they've opted in or opted out. Going back to the survey results, when we did the survey, we found that between 64 and 84% are either very aware or aware of the service, which isn't, as we discussed, isn't 100%, which it should be. We acknowledge that, so we do share that. We do want to get that awareness that everybody should know about it. But we also found out that a lot of people don't want to have they want to put their own cans out for various reasons, and a lot of it does come down to personal choice. So I think in a new agreement, having an opt-in, opt-out service, the notification, I think that's something that we can move forward to. With one challenge with putting these stickers on right away, and we are certainly committed to getting these out right away as soon as possible, is that with a new agreement, if there is an option to opt out, we would train the customer service center to change if they're going to be opting in or opt out. If we get these on right away, we would not include that. It would just mostly be about location preferences, what part of the yard is it in, so this driver really knows where to pick the cans up and where to put them back. But that's something that we can message on there.
Thank you, Joe. Let me open it to the public. Any member of the public wish to address the council on this item?
Hi, Barbara Livingston. Well, I'm really thrilled. I think this is a great idea, and I love it that they're moving forward. I think that I haven't seen this, but I'm sure Sharon and Joe have this firmly in mind that it needs to be simplified. I hope that it will be the drivers who put the stickers on the cans, because I think they'll get lost or mislaid if you give them to the homeowner. Also, the problem is with 60% of the people not living here full time, they often have their side yards locked. And so the gardener who may have access to the backyard comes on a certain day. Say pickup is on Thursday, he may come on Monday. He sticks the stuff out on the on the street, on the curb, and then when he comes back the following Monday, then he puts them back. So it's a very complicated situation with second homeowners. Anyway, love the idea, and I think it's just swell that you're moving forward with it. Thanks.
Thank you, Barbara. Anyone else wish to address the council on this item? Seeing none, we will close the public comment period and bring it back to council. So just to review, there is a mandatory increase of 1.03% and a discretionary of whatever the council's discretion. Staff is recommending 1.5%. for a total of a 2.53% increase.
That is correct, Mayor Burnett.
And with a 60-day period to allow Waste Management to complete the required notifications of customers.
Again, that is correct, Mayor Burnett.
Okay. Steve?
A question. Does Waste Management agree with your numbers now?
Yes.
Yep, okay.
So it's
For the record, Joe nodded yes.
Yeah. Okay.
2.5%, right?
Correct, 2.53.
2.53?
Correct, with the rounding, it would actually, in the report it was rounded to 2.50, but it would be 2.53.
Thank you.
Ken?
We are required under the contract to pay the 1.03%. We have a new contract that's in negotiation. And I think on anything that is discretionary, we should wait until we set the floor in the new contract. So I'm in favor of the 1.03. I'm not in favor of the 1.5%.
Can I make a comment?
Sure.
I think it was in August of 2012, even though I wasn't on the city council, I was here for that discussion. Mm-hmm. And one reason why there wasn't a big increase there is because we didn't have a scorecard. We weren't talking with, we didn't have the relationship that we have now with Waste Management. I think they've proved with Sharon's guidance that they are trying to comply with our wishes. So I think last time, according to this, it was it was a 0.77% fee. So I feel that the 2.53 is reasonable.
Chief?
I agree with Carrie, and we should note that that 90-some% of the people that we service or they service have felt that it was a very good service. So I think that they've done a great job, and I would like to give them the 2.53.
Victoria, do you want to offer any additional comments? I'm happy to weigh in if not.
Go ahead, please.
So I think that something above the 1.03 is justified, contingent upon the stickers being on the cans before it goes into effect. But I would be inclined to not go as high as the staff recommendation of 1.5%. In part, frankly, I think it took too long for Waste Management to come up with these stickers, and I think that we need to send the signal that we expect a level of responsiveness, and not getting that as consequences. I think Waste Management has been quite responsive in other respects, and so I would suggest that we consider something between the 0 that has been suggested and the 1.5 that staff recommends. Simply, just numerically, 1% equates to $20,000 in increased revenue for Waste Management. And so in some ways it's easier to think, okay, we're asking them to put on these stickers, and is that worth $20,000? I wouldn't think so. I would say it may be worth, I don't know, half that. So unless someone wants to come up with a different logic, I'd be inclined to say we think putting on the stickers is something we've been asking for. We're willing to give a 0.5% increase to recognize that and recognize other good work that Waste Management has done, and that would equate to a $10,000 above and beyond the discretionary increase.
Above and beyond the mandatory increase.
Thank you. Above and beyond the mandatory increase of 1.03%. So that would be a total increase of 1.53%, which in dollar terms is $30,000.
Why don't I make a motion to approve a increase of 1.03% as required by the contract and 50 basis point 50 for a total increase of 1.53%.
I'll second that, with the friendly amendment that the discretionary increase would only be effective upon the stickers being physically on the cans, and the waste management would have responsibility for doing that.
Accepted?
And can we clarify that we're talking about clarifying stickers of all the types we've discussed, not just the one that was mocked up for today? Stickers, plural.
So it'd be stickers on each of the 3 cans?
Yeah, whatever. We had discussed just communicating about recycling, and I love the drivers putting them on. That's just all the things we've discussed. Drivers put them on. What's recyclable, that we have backyard service, that it covers all those things. Not just, I just don't want it to be misinterpreted as just this one that we're talking about, right? We're talking about a sticker campaign that we want to see implemented.
I think we need to be explicit about this. So I was envisioning a version of this, simplified, reworked, as staff, leave that to staff's discretion based on the conversation we've had tonight, on each of the 3 cans. And what I'm hearing Victoria say is that we may want to also add that as something that would be required to be on the recycling bin.
I think what I love about the sticker campaign is that we haven't had that much success communicating in other ways, and we haven't tried this yet. So when we try it, let's really do everything we want to achieve in terms of communication. Let's do it via sticker. I'm not saying every single thing, but just the things that people need to know when they go to their can. I thought that was a great idea. Let's put it on the can. And so if they need to know where to put the stuff that they're bringing to the can, put it on the can. So I would just say, and in fact, this note that the can can stay where it is could be combined. It could be one sticker, recycle, etc. If we're going to have, I don't know how many stickers it is, but just...
I think we're getting a little too complicated if we're going to take action tonight.
But just that it's not just this backyard service issue that we were talking about addressing through stickers. That's all I wanted to clarify. Anything anyone needs to know at their can, put it on the can. That's what we talked about last time.
Okay, but we're taking action tonight, and the question is what is the action?
So the discretionary portion, all I'm just clarifying is that it's not just the sticker. You said wait until the sticker is on the can, and I just want to make sure it's not just this note about backyard service, but it's everything that we've ever talked about with regard to stickers.
Everything that we ever talked about is too vague. I need to know specifically what you're asking for.
That we help the customers understand what can be recycled,
So you're saying that recycled sticker be on the recycled can?
Or whatever they want to do that clarifies what can be recycled and that we have backyard service. That's what we had discussed before.
Okay, so I'm willing to accept a clarification to the motion that entails 4 stickers, 1 backyard service sticker on each of the 3 cans, plus some sticker on the recycling can. Leave it to staff to work out the details. And I would further ask that it be done in a way that's not visually, that it needs to be readable, but that we don't want it to create an eyesore from in our community. So is that?
That's fine by me. You got it, Sharon?
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, we'll roll call, please, Daryl.
Councilmember Beach?
Yes.
Councilmember Hilliard?
No.
Councilmember Tice?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Talmadge?
Yes.
Mayor Burnett?
Yes.
Motion carries 3-1.
No.
4-1.
4-1. Correct. For the record, 4-1.
Okay. Thank you, Sharon. We will now, and thank you, Joe. We'll now turn to item E, which is consideration of a resolution adopting city fiscal year 2013 to 2017 Information Technology Strategic Plan. And I will turn it to Susan for a staff report.
Mayor and members of the City Council, the item before you tonight is the adoption of the city's, skipped ahead. Yeah.
Our IT consultant here is two to the right.
One more.
There you go.
That's it.
Got it. Thank you. Let's stay on this side. The item before you is the adoption of the city's fiscal year 2013-17 IT strategic plan. This is a process that began in March of this year and it concluded in October. This was a structured process where we included internal interviews, public workshops. We inspected records, documents, and took in a fair amount of input. The draft plan was presented to the council in a workshop in September, and the final plan before you tonight, it really includes the information that we collected along the way. And probably the most important change to this is just the change in what the priority was, having worked through this with both the public and internally inside the organization. As a result, we were able to develop an IT vision and mission for our organization. We have established 5 important goals for the plan, and we have established a series of objectives and initiatives and projects to accomplish those goals. There are 8 IT initiatives that have been identified. They encompass multiple projects. We'll be looking at a network upgrade. We'll be looking at a redesign of the city's website, financial and payroll and human resources information system, a Granicus update, an automated agenda packet. These are the things that are going to be our year 1 goals. And remember, the plan itself is it's a roadmap for what we're going to do over the next 5 years. And this is where we're going to start. And again, this was the most of everything that we did. This was the piece that everyone focused on, was really fixing the infrastructure first and then moving out on the other kinds of initiatives that are in the plan at a later date or in a future year. This is a roadmap, and again, it just tells you, how we're going to focus our goals 1 through 5, and when those things will take place. So with that, I'll answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Susan. Thank you for a brief report at this hour.
Wonderfully brief.
Any questions for Susan?
I have a comment. I think this is spot on. I think a 150-page plan to me is overkill. I think focusing on our core needs in the first year, we need some basic hardware, we need some basic software, it needs to be proven and working in other places, it needs to go to our basic systems. And so this and page 6 in this report, I think this is exactly what we want. I think other things will evolve over the next 5 years, and so
Yes, it's a starting
you've got it on 2 pages, and that's where I think exactly where it ought to be, and the other 140 pages we can put aside in the shredder. Let's just focus on...
It's a working document.
I don't need a mission and a vision, I need a financial system that works. And so I think this is spot on. Let's just look at this, look at page 6 in this report, and let's just deal with our core competencies, which don't work.
Thank
So
you.
I think I'm in complete agreement with where you've ended up.
Other questions for Susan?
Well, is this what we have before us, or do we have the whole plan?
You have the whole plan before you. And so the whole plan, the actual summary of the strategic plan is in this small document. And the thicker document is just the working document that we use that outlines things in a lot more detail. But this is what we're working from, is the smaller plan.
So that's the one that we're asked to approve.
Yes.
It's 16 pages, including cover pages.
Okay.
So you're being asked to approve the 16-page plan, not the 150-page plan?
The 150-page plan is just it's a backdrop to the 16-page plan, all right? You're adopting the 16-page plan that outlines everything that it's our roadmap for the next 5 years. And as things come forward, I mean, you'll see things as they come forward. We'll be bringing forward, contracts and funding and different things that are needed to implement this plan.
Okay, and this was at the beginning of our book. Yeah, agenda packet, I should say.
Yes.
That's a 16-page.
I think it's great. I know the larger 160-page plan's a little bit much, but in order to have in order to look into the future, you have to have that plan to work from. Being that I used to be an systems analyst, so I know it's a little much for some of us, but I think it's important to have a roadmap.
You understand?
Yeah. So,
it takes a system analyst.
So I really am excited about the first year. I can't wait for that to be implemented.
Yeah.
So let's get started.
Yeah, thank you.
I just have one comment that I got my packet without any trouble electronically this week for the first time ever. So I know we're already implementing our IT plan. Coming right into my desk at home.
Dropbox.
Actually, we have been working with a consulting group, Boots Road, who is helping us with the fixing some of the current links and things on our current site and making your agenda packet searchable and making it easier to work with.
But let me take Steve's comment and then I want to open it to the public.
You want me to comment or want me to wait to comment? It's a comment.
Let me open it to the public. Thank you, Susan, for that staff report. Any member of the public wish to comment? Seeing none, I will close the public comment and bring it back. And Steve, go ahead.
I think it's a good plan. It's always we're dealing with the 16 pages. But I got through the 16 pages and about half through the other stuff. And I said, there's not much talk here about being cost effective. And so I think that, not for the initial stuff, which is what we need, but when we get into some of the other stuff, I think we pretty much got to make sure that these things are cost effective. We're reaching a bunch of people and so on. That's better. Now I'll make a motion that we adopt the plan.
Go ahead.
I did.
I now hear.
I second.
I now heard you. Okay, we have a motion and a second. And before we take a vote, I do have 2 quick comments. On the presentation, I'm not sure where it is exactly in the plan itself, but there's the note of the Granicus being applied to City Council and Planning Commission meetings. I'd ask if we can at least look at extending that to all of our boards and commissions.
Actually, yes, we will, and we're doing that actually now, doing recording of those meetings where they weren't being done before, so we're doing it now.
Thank you. Okay. And second, this is after Ken notes that he's not all that focused on the vision or mission. I am going to wordsmith one thing or make a suggested wordsmith. I think at the last, at our workshop, we talked about how we don't necessarily want the IT solutions, the technology itself to be innovative, and it's not a focus on the technology, it's on the use of the technology.
Right.
So was that, how is that incorporated into the vision statement we have before us?
Innovation and mission versus technology? What was that?
So you're looking at just through, you're thinking that this is saying that through innovative and engaging IT solutions.
It should be used.
Well, I might suggest we add in, if I'm going to wordsmith your vision statement, which if we approve it will become ours, is through innovative and engaging use of IT solutions. The notion is let's figure out the innovation should be how we engage with the community, with the council, with our staff, and. Okay.
We'll make that change.
That's good.
I accept that amendment.
Okay. Carrie, you okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Passes unanimously. Thank you, Susan.
Thank you.
That was a lot of work, and we got through it in short order. We will now turn to introduction of an ordinance, first reading, amending Title 8 and Title 15 of the Carmel-by-the-Sea Municipal Code and adopting the 2013 California Building, Residential, Energy, Fire, Mechanical, Plumbing, Electrical, and California Green Codes with amendments. I'll turn it to Rob for a staff report.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So at your last meeting, the council introduced and amended an ordinance to adopt the 2013 California Building and related codes along with the local amendments. And there were several suggestions by the council to make some changes to both the ordinance and the accompanying attachment. Staff has gone back through it and revised the ordinance, and the changes were substantial enough that we're actually we're conducting first reading. We're reintroducing the ordinance. So I'll just highlight a few of the things that we just to remind you. What we talked about last time. At the last meeting, I went through some of the major changes to that staff is recommending in terms of local amendments to the building codes. And the first was the adoption of a 2013 California Green Building Standards Code, or Cal Green. The second is a modification to the administrative section of the fire code with respect to the operational fire department permit program. That's the permit inspections that the fire department staff do for commercial entities on an annual basis. And then there was some discussion of the elimination of the $250,000 valuation threshold for requiring the entire residential structure to be sprinklered. And that was a previous local amendment that was made in a previous update of the code. And in talking to the acting building official staff, that the building official said that this was a little bit cumbersome. It really penalized folks for doing, and we talked about this a little bit last time, but it penalized folks for doing nice work, having expensive fixtures, nice workmanship, and that on a square footage or on a percentage basis, it really didn't make sense. And it's there's a theme of that throughout the staff report that I just want to make sure that the council's crystal clear on. So there was a little bit of discussion last time about replacing that with a 25% threshold based on the changes in the walls, the linear wall, interior and exterior. And since even the publication of the staff report, I've had more discussions with John Keel, our acting building official, and he's recommending that the council at least consider instead sticking with the 50% linear wall length. And the reason for that is that, again, to retrofit an entire building, when 50% or more of it is exposed and you have new walls, you have roof elements that are exposed, it's fairly straightforward, it's fairly practical to put in a sprinkler system for the entirety of the structure. If you're only dealing with a quarter of the structure, or say it's an addition that's 25% in a whole different part of the structure, the construction style in Carmel with high ceilings and post and beam makes it very difficult. There's no space to get in to sprinklers, so you have exposed plumbing and exposed sprinkler heads, which does create some aesthetic impacts. The other cautionary on the 25% that we did talk about last time is that that is I think the concept was, well, we'll do away with the $250,000 valuation, but we'll put something in that's equivalent. We still want that added protection. And we had a little bit of data to look into, and what we found is that the $250,000 valuation really was only triggered over the last couple of years about 11% of the time. Based on John Keel's estimate, if we went just with a 50% wall wall changes, triggers, that would capture between 10 and 15% of the projects would require retrofitting. So we're really not gaining anything by going to the 25, well, we are gaining something by going to the 25. We would actually be doubling the number of projects that would have to get retrofitted instead of 10 to 15, which would be the 50% threshold. We would actually be getting double that, or 20 to 30%. So it's not equivalent to go from a $250,000 valuation to a 25% wall length. So despite the staff report saying it's certainly up for consideration. It's a policy call. If you want to be more restrictive and you want to make sure that more buildings are sprinklered, certainly going to a 25% threshold is going to get you there. But it is, on a practical matter, it's challenging for the building community. And more importantly, or equally as important, I just want the council to know we haven't had a lot of outreach on this. I haven't had any questions from contractors. We have published notices of this in the newspaper, but there hasn't been a concerted outreach effort for a change that could essentially double the amount of structures that need to come into compliance. So again, I think we can justify either one of those thresholds, but just know that there hasn't been a lot of outreach, and it would be a change. Certainly there are advantages to going to the smaller threshold. You will get more structures retrofitting. So that's the biggest change to the staff report I wanted to spend some time on. The rest of it was some fairly straightforward cleanups. Councilmember Hilliard had some good, you pointed out several things that didn't seem to match up with the environment of Carmel. We've gone through the ordinance recitals and we've cleaned that up. I think they're reflective of Carmel now. Certainly the council can direct additional wording changes if merited. And then we did include a lumen limitation on the exterior lighting. So we talked about incandescent equivalent as well as a lumen limit, so it's very clear what the requirement is. And what else do I want to bring to your attention? Oh, there's a question about the seismic reinforcing component. That's actually a result of our very high hazard zone, seismic hazard zone that we're in, and it was a specific recommendation of the Tri-Chapter Uniform Code Committee, or the TUCC, which is comprised by building officials and engineers from the Monterey Bay, Monterey Peninsula, and East Bay chapters of the building officials. So it didn't just come out of thin air. It really is a change to the building code that would help make our buildings more seismically safe. And with that, I just wanted to point out that in introducing the ordinance, we actually, in the attachment A, which is the ordinance itself, we'll have to include another whereas clause, another recital that says, whereas we've reintroduced it on this date, and the council is going to be adopting it then on a subsequent date. So we will have to make that small addition to the attachment A. Right now, it's just set up as if this was your second reading, but it's not your second reading, it's your reintroducing. So that's just a minor clarification to make the record straight on the introduction, reintroduction, and second reading. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Rob. Any questions for Rob on the staff report?
I've got one.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just I didn't quite hear you. You said 250,000 triggered, 50% wall, linear wall triggers 10 to 15%. $250,000 has triggered, you said?
Approximately 11%.
Approximately 11%, okay.
Right. Between 10 and 11% over the last 2 years.
Okay.
Your recommendation is the 250 or the 25% or the 50%?
Okay, I went through that quickly. The recommendation at this point is a 50% wall length. It's striking the $250,000 valuation, but again, that is a policy call, and we could certainly go with a different threshold. 25% has some merit because it does reflect the re-roof trigger. If you do an addition for 25% of the roof area, then the whole roof has to come up to current building codes.
Other questions for Rob? Let me open it to the public. Any member of the public wish to, this is a public hearing on a first reading of an ordinance. Any member of the public wish to address the council?
Very exciting.
It is. Seeing none, I will
We do these at 9 o'clock.
bring it back to council. And what is the council's desire?
Well, I have one comment. I did a remodel, and I put sprinklers in the house. And in the old part of the house, it was really difficult to do it because of the beam ceilings and stuff like that. And if I had to do that for 25%, that would have been really onerous. But if it's 50%, I would have felt very comfortable doing it. So if I move that we adopt the ordinance with the proposed whereas, changes to the whereases, and adopt the 50%. Sprinkler, yeah.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? Don, is there any statements that we might need to read into the record, or does the
No,
staff
I don't think
report
so.
do
I don't
that?
think so. I think the staff report actually does it because we've had this discussion both at the last meeting and at this meeting. There's been plenty of notice. The only thing I would encourage you to do is between now and the second reading that we get the word out to the contractors so that they know exactly what codes that you're proposing with the changes.
Okay, and we have a mechanism for doing that?
How would we do that?
I'm open to suggestions on that. I mean, that's something that we could put on the website. We have been noticing this. We could put a notice up at our building counter, and I'm not sure what.
Well, I don't know how many contractors there are. I'm not sure there are that many, but perhaps, I mean, with these kinds of changes, because they're going to be different, I would think it'd be prudent if we sent them some kind of a notice, that, especially on the 50%, because they're, in architects, because they'll be looking at the $250,000 and.
Well, actually,
I don't know.
if I may clarify that, right now on the books, we have an existing local amendment that says 50% of the interior and exterior walls together. So we're not making a change there. We're actually sticking with the 50% that we have on the books right now. The only change that we're making is we're removing the $250,000 trigger because of the reasons that we talked earlier. So I don't think it's the fire issues. I don't think are any more onerous, and I don't think the other ones are very controversial. And again, we have been noticing this to the in the newspaper.
In fact, if you want to think about it, if anything, they are less onerous because a building that remodel that is 49% of the wall area and 260,000 will no longer be triggered.
That wasn't my concern. My concern was somebody might design to the old standards and just spend money and then find out they didn't really need to do it. That was all.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please, Darrell.
Councilmember Beach?
Yes.
Councilmember Hilliard?
Yes.
Councilmember Theis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Talmadge?
Yes.
Mayor Burnett?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. We'll turn to item 9, which is future council agenda items. This is where in the past we've looked at the long-range agenda calendar. We don't need to go through that again, but this would be an opportunity for any member of the council or a member of the public to suggest future items. I will start by noting that out of the appeal on the Carmel Bell, there is a future item that will have to work its way through the system. Any member of the public wish to suggest future agenda items? Good night.
Good night.
Seeing none, I'll close the public comment on.
Could I make just a comment, though? I didn't.
And
Sorry,
I'll
that was
bring it
a
back
direct.
to council.
Oh,
So
sorry.
now,
I wasn't following. Yeah, I just wanted to, just a couple little, I think, clarifications. The asterisks are about whether they have to do with key initiatives.
Yeah.
I think there might want to be one on the right-of-way standard, since that's actually mentioned in a key initiative.
Okay.
Which is at the 5th one down on the 2nd page.
Yeah.
Same with Rio Park is just sort of forced, and maybe, I don't know, but the trails, well, it's the trails piece. I think that was, and I just didn't know what Larson Trail is.
Same. It's the trail connecting Rio through the Unipro School.
Oh, okay,
that
so
same
then I
area.
would asterisk that one too, as a key initiative, mentioned as a connectivity. So we've already named the trail that we don't have yet?
You missed out on it.
I missed it?
We're going to name the trash can thing.
Yeah, you get to name that whatever you want.
I don't want to be known for that.
Okay, any additional items? Okay, we'll accept the, well, I'm not sure what action we need. It's just general direction. Okay, we don't have a closed session to reconvene to, and we'll adjourn the meeting. Thank you.
Beach sign.
Hey, good job, Daryl.
I only messed up her name, but hey.
Yeah,
3
nice.
times.